We're going to jump ahead and get started. We have 3 of us, and it is 9 o'clock. So, good morning, everyone who joined us. Welcome to the February 9th meeting of the Board of Supervisors, Humboldt County Board of Supervisors. And at this time, I'd like to read this preamble we do prior to the flag salute. In accordance with Executive Order N29-20, the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors meetings are being held virtually. You can participate via the Zoom call-in phone number, which is located on your screen and on the front of the agenda. Once you've called in, please press *9 on your keypad to raise your hand if you want to comment on an item. You will hear a prompt that'll tell you to press *6, which will unmute you, so it's your turn to speak. So with that, we'll move on to the flag salute. Please join me in saluting the flag. I think Supervisor Bohn is trying to get a flag up there. All right. Hold on. There's a flag coming, I can tell. Oh, there's one in Michelle's background. We're good. Okay, we got 2 flags. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much, Supervisors Bohn and Bushnell. So once again, for those of you who might have missed this, if you'd like to make comment on an item today, what you want to do is, after you call in, press *9 at the beginning of the item you would like to comment on, and we'll know that you want to talk about it. And when your number is called, press *6 to unmute yourself. I'm pretty strict on the 3-minute rule that I think most people probably know by now, and so don't take it personally if you get to the end of 3 minutes and your sound is muted. When you get to 2.5 minutes, you will hear this sound, and that indicates that you have 30 seconds to wrap up. So once you hear that, make sure you're finishing up your comments so that you don't have to leave anything unsaid. And we do this so that everyone has the same amount of time to speak to the board. So I appreciate everyone's with patience with that. And also, I do think it's important for us staff and those of you at home to get a chance to take a short break. So my plan is to try to do that around 10:30. We know that does not always work right, but it'll be somewhere around that time, I believe, can do pretty confidently. So with that, I do see we do have 4 of us at least on now. And do we have Supervisor? Oh, there he is.
Yeah, Supervisor Wilson is coming in the meeting now, and so we have all 5 board members.
Okay, good. So we don't have to worry about that consent
calendar.
Sorry,
I had computer problems, so now I'm using the iPad. So thus the view.
I understand computer problems because I'm non-techie. All right, so now that we do have all of us, I'd like to ask our CIO if there are modifications to the agenda.
Good morning, Chair Bass. There are no modifications to the agenda this morning.
All right, thank you. Do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
I move that we approve the consent calendar.
And a second?
Second.
Please. Okay, we have a second. We have a motion and a second. And at this time, we will go to public comment. And our first hand that's up is Kent. Welcome, Kent.
Thank you, Virginia. A little too fast on the first attempt to unmute and maybe too slow on the second. I did wish to make comment on a couple items there. I did wish to point out to you, as discussed prior with staff, we couldn't see the flag when we're watching Channel 10 because it was just you on the TV. So still would like to see you adapt some other format for that. Regarding item number C10, I'm pleased to see that you are following the correct procedure, protocol, process for the appointment of your alternate on Measure Z. I always think it's important to allow people to have a chance to apply, to announce it in transparency, and any of those positions of that kind of nature, or your planning commission, your other appointments, I think the public appreciates knowing there, and so we can get other people to apply. Wish to speak on item C16. I've had angst before on different policies and procedures that you use, especially regarding HR and other things where you're spending money. So here you're taking a service agreement that used to be for $50,000 with Sachs, Ricketts, and Case to do a supplemental thing which will triple that budget for investigations. To me, I think you really need to have that in some other account other than that liability account. That's not the correct fund, as far as I've been told by multiple sources, to have money put in there. And then when it comes to investigations, this is your canary in the coal mine. If you're investigating somebody, there's a good chance that it's going to end up in litigation one way or another or be contentious. So before that money is spent, any money at all, I recommend you have a policy where you folks address that topic. It's brought to you for your consideration in closed session, and you go ahead and make a determination if that's an investigation. Otherwise, you know, I don't know if the $50,000 was investigated recently here and that just kind of went away with time and the money wasn't spent productively. But I highly recommend this be one of the areas where you keep your micromanaging thumbs on the financial trigger, rather than having these investigations start and then it's been ongoing for 6 months, I've seen before, and then you retroactively the action of initiating an investigation. That's kind of like, you know, having your cart before your horse or your horse after your cart. So I highly recommend that you get some kind of policy for how this money is being spent. I have all kinds of ideas who I think should be investigated. I'm not going to go there at this time because it will irritate at least one of the supervisors. But I highly recommend that you get a policy for consistency and get that into a separate account, not a liability fund. That's not the correct one. Ask people who are in accounting. Thank you for my opportunity to speak. And the legal profession.
Thank you, Kent. I don't see any other public speakers. So once again, if you are interested in commenting on anything that happens to be on the consent calendar, this is now your time to raise your hand. All right, seeing none, we will go. Ryan, do you see any more on there that I missed?
No, Chair, I don't see any more hands either.
All right, so this time we'll go back to the board. And we do have a motion that's been seconded. Does anyone want to make comment, or are you ready to just vote? All right, I guess we're going to vote. Ryan? Roll
Thank
call
you,
vote.
Chair.
Thank you.
Supervisor Bushnell,
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone,
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson,
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn,
Yep.
and Supervisor Bass.
Yes.
Passes.
All right. Thank you. So at this time, we will move on to our next item. I thought I heard something. Our next item, which is a special presentation, and it is a update on COVID-19 and where we are and what we need to know. So at this time, I will turn it over to, I see the sheriff there. I'll turn it over to the team. There, I see Ian and Michelle. So whoever wants to leap in, go ahead. Ian, Dr.
Thank
Hoffman.
you. Thank you, Supervisor Bass. Thank you, supervisors. So since our last meeting a few weeks ago, in terms of the epidemiology, things remain about the same. Our case rates remain above 20, keeping us solidly in the purple tier. Our positivity rate remains above 5%, has hovered between 7 and as high as 10% with our local epidemiological data. And our equity percentile, percent positivity has been the highest it's been yet, above 5%, and continues there. While we definitely expect to stay in the purple tier for the coming weeks, there is some hope on the horizon that we might be coming over the top of that plateau and potentially be looking forward to a period when numbers are going down, case counts might be going down, and less virus circulating in the community. Statewide, that trend has held, and we do tend to be a few weeks behind the state in terms of what our numbers look like locally. And so ICU capacity has improved across the state. Here it has remained, our ICU capacity has remained good, but we are seeing the highest hospitalizations we have seen to date in the pandemic here in Humboldt County, which fits the overall picture that this, that's sort of the last thing that we see in a surge is the hospitalizations going up. So we're going to keep a close eye on that in the coming weeks and hope that we start to turn that corner. As far as where we're seeing the disease, it still continues to be mostly from people so gatherings, people getting together, households getting together. We still see it a little bit coming through travel. And outbreaks in congregate settings where there are multiple households living together continue to be a large source of COVID in our community. As far as testing goes, we have an amazing capacity for testing currently in our county. We have our OptumServe site, which can test several hundred people a day. We have the ability here at Humboldt County Public Health Lab to test several hundred more. And we have the North Coast Testing Partnership, which is also running a lab for several hundred tests a day. We currently are seeing a downward trend statewide and locally in testing. And so I want to take a moment to remind everyone that we are definitely not out of the woods with this pandemic and even with this surge. And it's extremely important for us to continue to get tested. The Optum site has ample capacity and should be used a lot more. We need to definitely keep up the levels of testing that we were seeing back in the fall and through the holiday season in December. So please keep utilizing testing and get tested frequently. This is also extremely important given the likelihood of the variants that we've seen in other countries and now know are here in the United States. We don't have any evidence yet of those variants locally in Humboldt County, but we do know that several of the global variants have been found in California. So we should fully suspect that those will eventually make their way to Humboldt County. So testing will help us reduce the likelihood that those will spread rapidly in our community. As for vaccine updates, we have better data now. We talked about that last time that we were working on getting better data, and we feel we have confidence in the data systems that are in place. We've been running reports from the state database called CARE, which tells us a lot of about where and who are getting the vaccines. And so as of yesterday, we had 18,208 vaccines given in Humboldt County, with just over 15,000 of those being first doses and 2,700 of those being second doses. And that puts the population that's been vaccinated at around at least one dose, around just over 13%. In terms of who's getting the vaccine, we know that based on this data, we've reached about 50% of our 75 plus population, which I think is a really great inroad. And we continue to work on getting through to that population with specific outreach through the interest form, through our clinics and partners around the county, and also through calling folks who've signed up for the interest list who don't have access to the internet. In terms of other demographics that we have noted from this data, we've noticed that there is definitely good inroads in our Native community with well over 15% in our American Indian and Alaskan Native population, and other Native populations as high as 25%. I believe that's due to the great partnerships we have here with healthcare communities like Kamau out in Hoopa and UIHS, who is doing the majority of the vaccinating in our Native population here. So that continues to go really well, although we have noticed some gaps. I'd say the biggest gap is in the Latinx community. Our general population, like I mentioned, was about 13% of the vaccination of the general community. But in the Latino community, we've only reached about 6% of people. We've also noticed some gaps in terms of location. Certainly right now, being that the vast majority of the vaccine are going on in more populated areas, the less populated areas have lower uptake of the vaccine. And so we're going to look at ways to get more outreach to our rural communities across all of Humboldt County, and also in the Latinx community in areas that have been especially hard hit by this pandemic. We continue to stay open to 75 plus in our phases and tiers, phase 1A healthcare workers, in-person educators and support staff, and preparing to open for other groups in the coming week. So we'll be announcing that as it comes due. There are changes that are coming. We've all heard about from the state. We still don't have a lot of details, but we do know that at some point Blue Shield is going to come in and take over the administration of the vaccine and the allocation. So we're waiting more details for that. We also know that there is a computer program that the state has, a platform that the state is going to use for this called My Turn, which we will be adopting in the coming weeks as well. So we're learning more about that, and we'll update everyone as we know more. So the last thing I'll just end on is that, with the variants coming, with potential for another surge, this is extremely important right now that we continue with all of the things we've been doing all along: the distancing, the masking, avoiding gatherings, washing our hands. Going into the next few months it is a really fragile time. We do have the potential for another surge to be as big or bigger than the last surge. We're going to race to get the vaccine out there as quickly as we can and as broadly as we can to try to mitigate that. And we continue to do robust contact tracing and try to stop lines of transmission anywhere we can in Humboldt County. So with that, I will turn it over for any other comments from the team and any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Hoffman. Either Michelle or Billy have anything right now?
Oh, thanks.
Okay, so I don't see any hands up of the board yet, but I'm sure someone must have. I have a question. I don't see anyone else first. Paul will go first. I'll call on myself. So you mentioned the variants, and Ian, and actually this morning, someone asked me, they didn't think our blood test or that our tests for COVID would actually show if the variants exist in those samples. So can you explain how we will know? I mean, is that caught in the original COVID testing, or is this, how exactly does that work? Because I think some people are concerned that we don't have a test specifically for that, and I have a feeling that you will be able to, lay our concerns, hopefully.
Yeah. So, the tests that we do for COVID-19 across the county doesn't identify which variant it is. It just identifies if there's a COVID virus, in the sample. But when we look for the variants, we are sampling a certain portion of the population that gets the genetic sequence of the actual coronavirus in that sample. Those are selected by the lab based on a lot of different criteria. I believe it's around 4% of all samples get sent for sequencing. And then in certain scenarios that we feel could be potential higher risk, we might pull out specific samples or specific groups of samples to send for that sequencing. To date, we have not found any of the global variants here in Humboldt County, like the UK variant or the South African variant or the Brazilian variant. There are many variants that are being watched, and not all of them do we know the significance of them. So I don't have any other specifics on local variants at this time, other than the one that we heard about a few weeks ago with a sample that was found from November. But otherwise, we will definitely update everyone if we have any more information. So we are looking for variants. It's not every single sample, but we do check a subset of all samples.
All right, thank you. So I'm looking at the individual board members. Supervisor Wilson?
Sure. No, I just want to thank the public health officer for all the work he's been doing, and everybody else. And we have been getting, as was mentioned by what he was talking about, some requests into the more rural parts of the county with relationship to how we get the vaccine out there. And I know that everyone's been working on that, but of course, it is a bit more difficult in that space to get into those places. But I know that efforts are being made to do that. And so I just, again, reiterate what Supervisor Madrone said last time we were talking about this, is patience is something we need to all respect a bit. Although, I mean, everyone, it's okay to advocate for yourself in terms of, getting the vaccine everywhere we can. And I think that's good in all of our interest groups as well, but also realize that there are a lot of people really working on trying to get it everywhere we can. So I just want to thank everyone for their hard work on this, and hoping we can keep moving forward, and remind everyone, even if you've been vaccinated, masks are still really important, until we really get the numbers down to a place where we're not seeing infection rates the way that we are currently.
All right. Thank you, Supervisor Wilson. And since you brought that up, I know I think Michelle and Ian were kind of expecting I might ask something related to that in regards to it's a lot more difficult to just throw something together. There's a process, I think, by which the county has to go through that involves the MOUs or issuance of special insurance. And I don't know if that's something that we have the attorney tell us or county council, but that sounds like that seems to be an extra challenge that we have to get over. So I don't know if either of you did want to respond to that, or if county council did, or not. Michelle.
Well, I guess, yes. I mean, we've talked in our COVID updates to the board over the last weeks when we've been rolling out vaccine about getting MOUs in place for facilities that we're going to use. And we have facilities centrally located in Humboldt County that we have MOUs with to use as we scale up when we have more vaccine. We also are doing the same for mobile outreach. So communities that are in the far reaches of the county, all the way from north to south, how can we get a mobile team, various mobile teams together to go out into those rural communities to get smaller groups of numbers of people that live out there. And so that's what we're currently working on right now. And it might not be an MOU for a building that's needed. We might need vehicles and the staffing. And the finicky thing about this vaccine itself is that there are special requirements that Dr. Hoffman could speak more eloquently to about how you have to handle the vaccine in terms of transport and temperature and how long it can be, you know, refrigeration and whatnot. So there's a lot of logistics that go into play in our current planning for how to get out to the rural parts of our county. And we're currently doing that. And we want to make sure that it's equitable, so that we're not hitting one community first and waiting weeks and weeks to get to a second community, for example. We want to be really thoughtful about how we're rolling this out. So MOUs do take some time. So if Council Billingsley wants to explain the liability factors that we also have to consider as a county, that could be helpful if you're interested.
Well, and prior to that, I would like to say, Michelle, I know we all know what MOUs are to some extent, but some people that are watching just see it as acronym or letters, you know, and can you do a really brief overview of why it's necessary and what it actually is? Because we keep saying it and people are going, I don't know what this is you're talking about. So
yeah, Jefferson, would you like to answer that, please?
Sure. I think it's pretty simple, and there really is no difference between an MOU and a contract. It's just when the county is entering into contracts with other government agencies or NGOs, we tend to use the format of an MOU or memorandum of understanding, but essentially it is the same thing. It's a legally binding agreement between two parties. We have an attorney that helps with all these kind of agreements that work through public health, and all those are vetted for proper insurance, also with risk management. So MOU is just another word for an agreement to make sure we have all our proper insurance and indemnity protections in place.
Just as an example, I was on a call yesterday with a partner regarding an MOU that we're trying to finalize for the Optum site to go there and use their facility. So it's just standard what we've been doing throughout this pandemic is that we've had to lean on our partners and resources and use buildings that other folks have so that we can access the communities that we need to get to. And so that's why we have to plan for those and start executing that plan and implement, getting the MOUs ready so that we can pull the trigger and say we're ready to go to those communities and vaccinate.
And I'm going to ask my last question. Sorry, since no one else that I see has their hand up yet. The other part was the liability, and I know it was mentioned a couple of times. And I think there's an impression that the county has an overall umbrella liability that would just fall into place. And so can you tell me if there's what the special circumstances are, or what you actually, that it's not just a simple, there's a process I believe you have to go through. And that would be helpful if someone could just kind of lay that out there so people at least have that in mind. And then after that, we'll go to Supervisor Bushnell.
Chair, if I may, the question of extending insurance coverage is all processed through risk management to make sure everything is in line with our policies and our excess coverage. So that is how all insurance is processed to make sure everything is proper.
Okay, well, I'll follow up on that later. Supervisor Bushnell?
I'm going to pass. Thank you.
No supervisors at this point. Supervisor Madrone? Yes, Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. You guys can hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, great. First of all, thank you again, Dr. Hoffman and Director Stevens and everybody out there, Sheriff Hansel and folks, for all the work you continue to do. As was said before, this is absolutely the time for patience. We will get to everybody that wants it, but it's not today, it's not tomorrow, but it is coming. And so I appreciate all the hard work to do that. And I think, the folks out in the Mattole were certainly a bit confused. As I understand it, St. Joe's had started this process to try and do the clinic out there. But then they realized they did not have all the medical liability coverage in place and or the resources. So they contacted the county public health to see if we could step in. And as was mentioned before, we can't just do these things at a moment's notice. There are things we need to do to be sure that the county's liability is covered and there are agreements and everything in place. So I very much appreciate the comment that you made, Director Stevens, about and the data from Dr. Hoffman that, we're lagging behind on getting vaccines into the arms of our rural populations because it's more difficult. And of course, over the last couple of weeks, as we can imagine, many of those populations, there's no way they could even make it into town with all the snow on the roads. And Sheriff Hansel can certainly attest to, and Tom Matson, to the condition of the roads from those storms. Not only low snow, but blown out culverts, washouts, all kinds of problems. And so the folks in the Mattole, even on a good day, it's a long trek to try and get into town. And the same thing for Orleans and Hoopa and all areas over the hill. You might not even be able to get over the pass. And so I very much appreciate that you're well aware of those issues and are working to try and figure out a program to increase outreach and vaccinations in those areas. Even though it may be small in numbers, it is hugely important in those communities. So thank you for your efforts to move in that direction. And just for the community as a whole, nobody's trying to obstruct anything here. Frankly, people are working working way overtime to try and get all this done. And so again, patience is important, and we will get to the Mattole, we will get to Willow Creek, Orleans, and all these places over time. So thank you for your patience, and thank you all for your hard work. Hopefully that clarifies some things for people out there. We really do want to get it out to everybody, and we're working hard to do that. So thank you.
All right, thank you. I'm not seeing any supervisors' hands up at the moment, so we will go to public comment. Currently, we have 2 speakers in the queue. The first one is 5474, which is Kent, and the second one is 4450. So Kent, you are up. Please plus *6 to unmute, but you know that already.
Thank you, Virginia. I do have a couple of questions, and I'll make a few comments, and this is for the powers that be there. I strongly support, what you're doing. It sounds like the airplane hasn't crashed. We're still flying, and that's the main thing about building a plane while you're flying it. There was a wonderful policy, and I don't understand why it was discarded. My understanding, and correct, I'd like to have the figures for both Moderna and for their other parallel vaccine, as far as what kind of protection do you have after just the first vaccine. I've heard all kinds of different numbers out there, but I've also heard that number, no matter what, seems to parallel what will be the up-and-coming Johnson & Johnson one for a single vaccine, and I've heard 72%, 80%. So I'd like to know what those numbers are, and I'm just kind of curious why the plan was kind of discarded that seemed to be heading down what I felt was a good path, was to get as many people out there on the first vaccine and then just make sure that they 4 days or a week before the whatever deadline is. And there's another question here. What is the current science regarding the deadline for having the second vaccine to receive not optimum protection, but still viable protection? The other thing is I will be interested in, I have to go places. And to do so, I understand that I strongly support on domestic flights or on international flights, having a COVID test. And they have one that's 15 minutes when you get the results. And it may not be perfect, but that sounds like the one that's successful. Where do we go specifically? Who do we call to go ahead and schedule one? Because I'd like to schedule my first one for as soon as possible, and then 3 days, obviously, before I'm departing and coming back, I will be doing what I'm responsible for. The other thing here I'm going to have to, and I want to reach out to the educators out there. Although desiring my vaccine, I've been more than willing to step aside for the teachers to get vaccinated. I'm going to have to get my grandson out of the situation's in right now, because he needs to be back in school and it's not working. So whatever we can do to work with, have criteria for the educators to come back in, do their job. I know there's a lot of the good ones are chomping at the bit. There may be a few naysayers, but they say, we want our vaccine. We've got to get our kids back in, because they realize how much the health problems are developing for the kids who aren't in school. So I'm asking you, in fact, pleading with you to put pressure on, work with, get a hold of, I think, Mr. Van Fleck or whoever's in charge of the overall thing, give them a policy to get our kids back in school. I don't care if you need summer school to make things up, but whatever you can do, that should be priority number one as far as I'm concerned. But it sounds like the job you're doing out there is great. Just have those couple questions and then a pleading or a request. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
All right, thank you. All right. Oops. So I believe we have an additional speaker, 4450, and then following that is 3053. Welcome, 4450. Press *6 to unmute yourself.
Good morning. This is Joan Romo from Eureka, and a couple of observations and questions. We continue to see a plethora of mathematical information in the news media for COVID-19. It includes total numbers of data along with charts and graphs. However, mathematical numbers are not only important as an entity unto themselves, but are also important because of the way they relate to other numbers around them. Why is the health equity metric for the blueprint for a safer economy based on data per 100,000 people when 22 out of 58 counties in California have a population of less than 100,000 people per capita? Why isn't a percent per capita the metric used instead of the current health equity metric that is based on the 100,000 people? Why does an equity metric have one person in Alpine County equal to the same percentage as 100 people in Nevada County or 10,000 people in Los Angeles County? Why is some data given as a ratio out of 100, some as a ratio out of 100,000, some as a specific sum of data that can either represent one day or several days, or no data is given because we're told that it can be misleading or confidential? Why hasn't anything been mentioned or celebrated in reports or in the media that last month in January, in Humboldt County, there are approximately 257 more people who recovered from COVID compared to the new cases. There are approximately 993 new cases, and there were 1,250 recovered cases. So far this last week, we had 155 new cases, but we had 194 recovered. Why is so much emphasis placed on the daily positivity rate when that number is determined strictly by how many people randomly decide to be tested on any particular day? Why is the data that is given per city per day in Humboldt County based only on the total number of cases instead of on the current number of active cases per day and per capita? I guess the answers to these questions depend on who determines the metric, who collects the data, who determines how the data is represented and reported, and who determines what the desired end result should be from presenting the data. I would like to see more celebration and positivity given to how many cases have recovered instead of having that lost in tiny print someplace in a news article. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Joan. I believe this is currently our last speaker, and this is 3053, and welcome, Thomas, I believe.
Yes, good morning, Thomas Mulder here. Unfortunately, service in Southern Humboldt is not great, and I missed my other opportunities, but COVID related. This is a question. I saw an article I read that Governor Newsom's now coming out and saying that COVID vaccine for educators is not necessarily required for schools to be opening. So I don't know if we have a take locally on that, thinking about the mental health of our youth. I did also see on the news today, and it's just the news, you never know. I don't know what to believe or not anymore this day and age. It's tough. But they're saying that after someone's been vaccinated twice, they can still shed the virus and spread it. So I'm just confused about the vaccine, or if there's a better vaccine coming out that isn't going to shed the virus, because I heard Supervisor Wilson tell people to, or not tell people, but remind people to still wear a mask after vaccinated. And I think that's from that news article this morning, because I was blown away when I heard that you could still shed the virus. The other thing, I think, as far as mental health for the youth, I think at some point in time, we need to be honest with the kids and the public. And you guys mentioned something about an MOU for hospitals to operate and little clinics. I think a lot of the problem why we aren't back in person is there isn't a lot of MOUs for in-person learning. Some school districts may have faltered and given up and signed the MOU for distance learning, but not taking care of the in-person learning. So I think that's a big reason, but we need to be open and upfront with that. There's a couple places operating in-person hybrid. My son happens to go to one. So it's a good experience for the mental health. And lastly, as far as keeping germ spread and everything else down, I just saw on the internet that you guys are cleaning up next to the Garberville Hospital. So that's nice. There isn't going to be a lot of germs that are potentially going to be spread to the Garberville Hospital from the neighboring site. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
And thank you, Thomas. I don't have any other speakers. What? I have one more hand. That was fast. All right, 0150, and I think that might be Dottie. Welcome.
Good morning. Yes, it is Dottie. So Mr. Mulder just mentioned something about the property next to the hospital. That'll be on public comment as well. But for right now, as far as COVID is concerned, there's a fellow that does have a lockout date in 2 days, and he will not have housing at this point, nor will his girlfriend. And I think somebody should be paying attention to that and seeing, at the very least, if he wants to have a vaccine, maybe. He's pretty noticeable, and he's pretty active in the community, and so is she, going to different motels to work. So I think it's something that we should all be aware of and alert to, just like Tom said. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Dottie. All right, there are no more hands up from on the phone. So at this, we will go back to the board, and I wanted to give Dr. Hoffman and Michelle maybe an opportunity to perhaps answer some of those questions that were raised regarding, if you want to tackle the matrix or the metrics, and some of the other questions that the speakers had. So either of you care to tackle that?
Yeah, I can comment on several of those. Just working from the vaccine, there is some efficacy with one dose of the vaccine. It's around 50 to 60% with one dose of the Pfizer, and potentially as high as 80% with Madrone. But we do know at the second vaccine, it'll be well over 90, pushing up to 95%. So we are committed to giving second doses here in Humboldt County. And that is also true statewide and nationally in the United States. I know there's a discussion going on around that at very high levels, but there has been no shift in the policy in the United States for a single dose approach. We are hopeful that the Johnson & Johnson vaccine will be coming soon, slated for EUA review in, I think on the 19th of February, and then it could be just a few days later that it could be fully approved and sent out to start vaccinating late February, early March, which will greatly improve our ability to get out to certain populations, especially harder to reach populations, since that's a single dose shot and has pretty good efficacy, around 70% or more in some studies. As far as the metrics go, we continue to follow the CDPH metrics. I think they're based on sound science, and we will continue to follow those and any updates that come out as things progress. And CDPH, recently changed the ICU metric in response to a change in the surge. And I'm sure they will continue to look at the rest of the metrics and update them if they're needed based on the progression of the pandemic in the coming months. Are there other questions?
I think what I'd ask is if you can, this might be a little hard to explain, but if I recall the metrics for the health equity metric for the counties below 108,000, they are held to a different standard than the counties above that. And I don't know how to explain that in the metrics, but it does, I think it skews the numbers. So what John had mentioned, I can understand that wondering why, and it's a little complicated due to the cutoff point of what I think.
We're sort of we'll call a medium-sized county at 135,000. In terms of the equity metric, we honestly have always been helped by it in Humboldt County. We do a really good job of testing in our areas that count towards that metric. We've developed a really robust network of testing across the county. So when we do see outbreaks in those settings, we're able to deal with them quickly, which helps the equity metric. And I think that some of that, those, like Michelle was mentioning, some of those MOUs that we have for testing eventually could be used for a vaccine effort as well, and the sort of mobile outreach that we're doing in those communities. So I haven't seen a point in our data that the equity metric has hurt us in any way. It really, it's meant to help us in a situation where we are testing in higher rates in areas that are disproportionately affected by the pandemic.
And Supervisor Bushnell has her hand up.
Thank you. I have a question about the dashboard. I continually get complaints about it's not very user friendly. And I was wondering, I know that this has been an ongoing issue, but specifically, is there a graph of week-to-week positivity rate and week-to-week infection positive tests? Or is there some way that we could update it to be more user-friendly? I'm just curious.
I think I can speak to that. As far as the JIC goes, we're in charge of all that information on the website. The county has revamped our website to have all the COVID information on essentially the face page. And unfortunately, we have a web system that is not as advanced as other counties, and we're doing the best we can with the graphics we can to put on our face page. We do have a link to more graphics. You just have to scroll down and find COVID graphics that have some of those other information. And people can look at those, a lot of different information there and on those COVID graphics. So we just basically have bullets of information of everything that people are tentatively looking for. Number one right now is vaccinations. We have information on vaccinations, and people can register or at least get information on there, as well as some of the local information and as far as testing and that kind of stuff. So that's kind of where we are with our website. There is talk about updating our county web service, and but right in the middle of this, is that a good time? We're working through all those kind of problems right now, and kind of working through it. And we may be updating our website over a weekend to try and make it more user friendly, but it's going to cause a temporarily shutdown of our site to upload the new system.
Thank you, Sheriff Hansel. I will pass that on.
All right. Well, I don't see any other supervisor hands up. So thank the three of you for being here for this, and we'll let you go on about your day and getting those things planned. So,
thank you, everyone.
Thank you. So we're going to move on to our matters initiated by board members. And item G1 is being brought forward by me. And it's in regards to appointing Kurt McCrae to the at-large position on the Forestry Review Committee. Mr. McCrae is highly recommended, previously served on that committee. Oh, yes, Jefferson.
Did we do a public comment on non-agenda items yet, Chair?
You know, I don't think so. Thank you. That's why you're there. I appreciate that. All right, so never mind G1. We'll come back to that. All right, so thankfully, County Council Billingsley reminded me that I almost zoomed right past this. So now is the time for those who are interested on talking, making comments on items that are not on the agenda. There will be no decisions made on those items or conversation when it comes back to the board. I know we have some folks that are calling in. So any of you wish to make comment on items not on the agenda? Okay, the hands are popping up now. Our first speaker will be Kent, followed by Thomas.
Virginia, part of my comment was, I did not hear your 30-second warning that my 3 minutes were up until I heard the other one. Maybe I missed it. Maybe I was talking in my own ear. Anyway, just thought I'd make that comment. I have a comment to make on a project that the people in Blue Lake have major concern on. And I don't know, whatever the supervisors can do from their positions to support the relocation of a 23-acre solar project that's coming up from the Bay Area. I've been trying to work with those people for 9 months to impress upon them this is a wonderful project, maybe, but not the right location. And it's one of those things where we have some really beautiful area, prime ag soil, right where I drove down there today and I saw some guy right in front of where this is going to be taking his selfie with his nice deal that he just caught. And there were probably, even during midday when you wouldn't think, there were probably 30 cars lined up there right in front of this where and the access goes by. So it's just kind of a place for us to commune with and interact with nature, not 23 acres of rotating massive solar panels. So if you know brownfields or sites, we're trying to find superior sites. The biggest concern I have is when talking to people, they seem to not understand the process, not understand what's happening here. And it all comes down to the money. So, you know, they say, well, these superior sites will cost us too much. I really don't think they've done their outreach and research. We have so many brownfield sites that are not out in the public, are not in a beautiful viewshed, are not converting prime ag soil. And so I'm just trying to reach out to you folks to see whatever you can do. Maybe move this out to toward the Corbell area or over the hill to better sites over inland where we have the brownfields. Whatever you folks can do, just wanted to bring this to your attention. It's always nice to try and give a solution rather than just trying to kill a project. So thank you for the opportunity to speak on this non-agendized item.
All right, thank you, Kent. And yes, the tone did go off last time. I was surprised that you didn't hear it, so I have now adjusted. So hopefully the speaker is facing where it'll pick that up better. So thank you for letting me know that you did not hear that, and hopefully this will solve the problem. All right, so our next and final speaker, unless someone else calls in, is Thomas.
Good morning, Thomas Mulder. I guess to my benefit, bad Southern Humboldt service, I'm actually able to speak on non-agenda items. I would say I didn't hear that 30-second warning either, but what you just did, I did hear that, so thank you. As far as non-agenda items, I think everyone, you guys understand the licensing rules and currently right now there's a bill out there to extend the allowability of cannabis provisional licenses, but that's just a bill. I mean, it hasn't been approved. So I'm curious what in Humboldt County actions we could take as a community to make sure people don't have a lapse in licenses. And I think part of that provisional license part is not having full county authorization. So I don't know exactly how the board plays the role in deciding if existing operators are prioritized in processing and staff reports, or if new operators are prioritized in staffing reports, or ordinance 2.0 versus 1.0. But it would be very, very sad to see some of the, as someone told me when I first jumped into this licensing authority, our cannabis game is being the first bucks in the field and not making it through on hunting season. It was just a weird terminology they used, but it would be really sad to see some people that step forward under 1.0 not make it through due to if the state doesn't extend provisional licensing, and so a new operation under 2.0 saw approval before them. So I believe that's the board's discretion as far as how that works. So just, I know staff time is minimal, so I don't know how you achieve that. I know with the ordinance 2.0, people have to do a visit or a 1 hour consultation before they can even do an application. So maybe limiting those, I don't know, lots of different ideas, but it's in the Board of Supervisors' discretion, I believe, how to deal with that. And thank you. The last thing I'll say is thank you for what the pictures I saw on the internet. I assume the property owners close to that church are going to be excited that their property values will no longer be being degraded once that site's all the way cleaned up. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Bye.
Thank you, Thomas. And we do have another speaker ending in 0151. There you go. Welcome.
Hi, Dottie Russell again. Yes, it's true that there is a crew cleaning up next to the hospital right now, which was ordered by the county to clean it up. I want to remind you that last week we gave you an update that the property was legally going through an eviction process, and the eviction process for the people in it would be on Thursday. This is Tuesday. So 2 days before the legal paid for attorney's staff set up for his eviction, 2 days before, the county took this upon yourself to remove all of his belongings. He would have had 15 days after his lockout date to move them. Consequently, the sheriffs are standing by to see if he needs to go to jail because of his trauma of having his things thrown away. So for 17 days, we didn't honor what we were going through with the legal way of doing it and his right to understand that his stuff really was going to be moved. So that's really, I think, a huge injustice. In addition to that, there's an order to demolish the building, and I would like for you to do everything possible, each one of you, to stop that from happening for at least 3 weeks. We have an offer on the table from the hospital. If the order to demolish the property goes through, the hospital won't have the money to buy it. So it will 100% stop their opportunity to do it. They've already submitted an offer and they've asked us to make a counteroffer. There's 2 other offers potentially on the table. So the way that this went through, I think, was really a shock, and maybe this is why there's so many problems that the county has to take on that they assess properties, is because the communication's really rough. In January, we knew that there was going to be a lockout date. We sent a letter to John Ford and made sure he knew. So they actually, with the knowledge that we were working on this, that took months to get this through the courts because of the COVID and everything, that with that knowledge, they still went on to do it just a few days before. It doesn't make any sense to me. We had a contractor that was there looking at the position and what was going to happen if the contracted people through the county did it. They were going to not salvage any of the wood that's 70-year-old wood that's needed for projects for repairing historic buildings. So that's just planning to go into the dump.
Thank you very much, Dottie. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And there's nobody else in the queue from the attendees online, so we'll go back to the board, and we will now continue with item initiated by board members. Once again, we're on G1, which is regarding appointing Kurt McCrae to the at-large position on the Forestry Review Committee. Again, I said he comes highly qualified and has served before and would like to come back. So I don't know if there's a supervisor who has a comment or.
So moved.
Thank you. Supervisor Bohn. Yes, hold on. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Madrone, you had your hand up?
That was just a second.
Okay, thank you. All right, we have a motion and a second. Go out to public comment, and we do have one person who has their hand up. Welcome, Kent.
And I know you brought this forward. There's normally concern on my part about somebody being just appointed. And so I did pull up the thing, and I wanted people to understand this vacancy was originally posted in 2017. Every quarterly update from the clerk of board's office, Virginia is recommending that Kurt McCrae be allowed to be a term of with a new end date of June 30, 2022. Trevor Eslow from the Planning and Building Department, who oversees this committee, also recommends him. And so since there's currently no other applications on file, I would normally say that, you should be soliciting, but under these circumstances, I don't have any problem, and I think it's in our best interest to have somebody be put on there. I think it's, 3 years or something thereabout. So I strongly support you kind of making an exception on this one and not doing great public outreach because there doesn't seem to be the overwhelming interest in this. Thank you for my opportunity to speak.
Right, and thank you, Kent. Yeah, Supervisor, we'll go back to the board now. Supervisor Bohn?
Yeah, the big value about reading the item, this is the CAL FIRE rep, and this is the captain of the CAL FIRE district up here. So I think he's a very good person to represent CAL FIRE. So I don't know how much outreach we could do to CAL FIRE.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. I just wanted to say I have had a lot of experience with Kurt in the past with fires around my area, and he's a great guy, very knowledgeable, and he'll be a great addition and a CAL FIRE rep.
All right, thank you. And actually, I don't know if this is for the specific CAL FIRE position. This sounds like it's for a vacant one. So I don't know if anyone from, like if Trevor is on to confirm that, but anyway, he's a good candidate for whatever position it is that he takes, in my opinion. So any further questions by board members? Yes, Supervisor Bushnell.
Just on the agenda item, it does say that he's the CAL FIRE rep, Kurt McCrae.
No, he's actually, the way I see it is he was served as the committee prior and is a CAL FIRE rep. So I don't know if he's an actual CAL FIRE rep representative. And quite frankly, I apologize. That's probably something I should know, but I don't know if it, I don't think it matters. I think he's qualified in whatever capacities there for, but we can certainly follow up. Supervisor Madrone?
Yeah, actually in our agenda packet, there's a nice item from the Forestry Review Committee, and it has the establishment order back in 1952. And in there, it talks about the 9 voting, 2 non-voting members, et cetera. And it states that if possible, 1 voting member should be from the California Department of Forestry. So it actually is in there in a way. And so I think Supervisor Bohn was correct that while it's not absolutely identified as a CAL FIRE position, clearly it's considered to be a hopeful outcome. So anyway, no big deal. Just wanted to add some clarification in there. Thank you.
Well, and I would say appreciate that. And I'm not necessarily disagreeing. I know there's a CAL FIRE rep that's supposed to be on there. It's just the wording of it led me to almost feel like perhaps there's an additional rep from CAL FIRE. But yes, Supervisor Bohn.
Well, I'm just saying on page 2 of the roster, it says CAL FIRE rep Kurt McCrae starting on 2/9/21. Maybe that's
Okay.
a typo, and we've had Fred Flores, we've had quite a few people from CAL FIRE on there, so.
Right. No, I appreciate that, and I'm sure you're right. I just didn't think the CAL FIRE rep had been empty for that long, and I'm surprised at that. So anyway, so I misread it, but I also am surprised that it waited to be filled for that long. You'd think CAL FIRE would have come forward.
Thanks for doing that, Virginia.
Yeah. Well, thanks for clarifying and straightening me out, Supervisor Bohn. Is there any other supervisor who wants to make a comment?
Ready to vote.
All right, Ryan, would you do a roll call vote, please?
Thank you, Chair. I'll take roll call vote on to approve staff recommendations. Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
And Supervisor Bell? Thank you. Passes 5-0.
Okay, that will move us on to the next item, which is regarding the Convention and Visitors Bureau marketing report, and it comes to us from the CIO's office. So this time I'd like to go to staff, and I believe Scott Adair is making that report. Welcome, Scott.
Yes, that's correct. Are you able to hear me okay?
It's kind of faint.
It's kind of faint. I'll try to speak up. Good morning, supervisors and Chair Bass. It is always a pleasure to present to your board. My name is Scott Adair. I am the Humboldt County's Director of Economic Development, and I will be presenting today on this departmental item concerning the Humboldt County Visitors Bureau and their second marketing report to the Board of Supervisors, as well as a discussion concerning our current transient occupancy tax rate for Humboldt County. There's quite a bit of extensive background concerning this item, as I'm sure your board is no doubt aware. The Humboldt County Visitors Bureau, also formerly known as the Humboldt County Convention and Visitors Bureau, is presently the lead contracted agency who is responsible to market and promote Humboldt County resources and assets. On July 18 of 2018, the County of Humboldt amended their agreement with the Humboldt County Visitors Bureau for the advertising, promoting, and marketing of Humboldt County resources and assets. Later, in May, on May 28th of 2019, your board approved a 2-year extension to that agreement. And that extension constituted the second amendment to the original agreement, which was then subsequently signed or executed by your board. You may recall during that time that there was actual discussion about whether or not the county should go to an RFP or request for proposals for marketing services. Staff was actually researching this as a potential option during the earlier part of 2019. However, during that time, the Bureau lost a primary source of funding, which was through the city of Eureka, and the Bureau's then executive director, Tony Smith, passed away. So there was a lot of activity occurring during that period of time, and when we brought their agreement back to your board decided to extend their agreement for another 2 years to give the Humboldt County Visitors Bureau opportunity to make some operational changes and to change their strategies for marketing and operating strategies for Humboldt County. And as part of that, your board asked that the Bureau come back on a regular basis every 6 months to present to your board their operational changes and a status, an update on their operational changes, and also to present their progress on their marketing strategies for the county. The first update and marketing report came to your board on December 10th, wherein the Humboldt County Visitors Bureau made a presentation to your board. After that presentation, your board asked for another or a second update to be presented to your board in another 6 months' time. The deadline for making that second update before your board was for June of 2020. However, after the execution of the 2-year extension and after that initial marketing update, which was made to your board in December, as you're aware, the county soon found itself engaged in mitigation efforts related to the pandemic and the COVID-19 crisis. Similarly, because of the adverse impact that COVID-19 had on Humboldt County and its tourism economy, the Visitors Bureau's efforts were focused on responding to public demands for information and relaying county travel messaging to the public. As such, there was a recommendation that your board extend the deadline, which your board approved, to move the deadline for the Humboldt County Visitors Bureau to bring their second marketing update to your board for a period of time which coincided with the lifting of business and COVID-19 restrictions on the travel and tourism industry. So that's where we're at today. The Humboldt County Visitors Bureau has prepared, and they have brought today that second marketing report to your board, and they would like to make there was an error here. I said a 10-minute presentation. They would like to make a presentation, but also allow for questions, and have asked for 15 minutes of time. The report for your board is titled Report to the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors. It was attached to this agenda item and made available as part of this staff report. It lays out certain future strategies and makes certain recommendations concerning investing in tourism as it relates to the county's COVID-19 or post-COVID-19, I should say, economic recovery. And the HCVB will go through those in more detail when they give that presentation to your board. The Humboldt County Visitors Bureau also recently went through several organizational changes that will be outlined in their report, as well as adopting a new mission and vision statement. The report also includes, and staff would like to bring this to your attention, a certain or a narrative concerning funding objectives and budgeting. And though this particular report comes through our office and is not necessarily a recommendation of the Office of Economic Development, staff does encourage your board to listen to all of the recommendations from the Humboldt County Visitors Bureau and to make decisions or determinations within your purview and at your discretion. The recommendation from staff at this time concerning the Humboldt County Visitor Bureau report is that you simply receive the report and hear their presentation. I'm sure that there will be opportunity for questions afterwards. One other item or component or aspect to this particular agenda item in this staff report is a recommendation and examination on the county's transient occupancy tax. If your board and the public, after hearing the report from the Humboldt County Visitors Bureau, did want to investigate or examine further resources or revenues to perhaps increase funding for tourism related activity, whether that's to the Humboldt County Visitors Bureau directly or to other initiatives, your board might consider exploring an update to our county's current transient occupancy tax. Of course, the funding agencies whose operations are related to travel, festivals, arts, outdoor recreation, etc. Via an allocation of TOT is very common. It's preferred in many jurisdictions because TOT is performance-based, and it's usually impacted directly by travel and tourism activity and the types of events and activities occurring in the community, which is encouraging and spurring that travel and that tourism. It is important to note that although Humboldt County is an area of high tourism interest and is known as a travel destination, that we do have a lower TOT rate than many other highly traveled jurisdictions, such as Fresno, Oakland, Sacramento, also other communities who are rural like ours are beginning to ponder and consider that their TOT may be directly tied to economic recovery, especially in communities where perhaps brick and mortar development is not desired. Siskiyou County, for example, is one rural county who just passed an increase to their TOT in November, and their TOT rate went from 8% to 12%. At present, we've included some detail in the staff report concerning the TOT rate now, which is at 10%, and what the information received from the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office is concerning room charges that were reported for fiscal year 2019 and what the TOT revenues were for the county in 1920. We also made did an analysis and made an assessment on what TOT revenue might look like over a 5-year period if there were anticipated to be a 2% increase year over year to TOT, and if a TOT increase were to occur overall, what over a 5-year period that increase or additional revenue might look like. And staff, of course, is happy to go into more detail on that with you today if your board requests clarity. And the Treasurer Tax Collector also has indicated that he's happy to make himself available today for any questions concerning TOT, as the TOT falls under the purview of the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office. It is important to note that we did work with the Treasurer Tax Collector in preparation of this agenda item and in preparation of recommendations concerning TOT. However, it's also critical to note that our staff is not presently aware or is lacking knowledge on what adverse impacts could be of an increase to TOT. That is why the recommendation today concerning TOT is that your board simply directs staff to perform a more detailed and thorough analysis of the county's current transient occupancy tax and the use of those funds, and to engage the community and stakeholders like the Humboldt Lodging Alliance, for example, to discuss and weigh the pros and cons of making a change to the county's TOT rate, which would be aimed at supporting travel and tourism or outdoor recreation or other activities which spur travel and tourism in our communities. So that concludes our report with the 2 recommendations that you first hear and receive the presentation from the Humboldt County Visitors Bureau, and that your board consider directing staff to perform a more thorough analysis of the TOT rate. And of course, if there are other alternatives or suggestions to staff recommendations, we welcome those as part of your board's discretion. Thank you very much. And I believe that Julie Benbow, Executive Director with the Humboldt County Visitors Bureau, is on the line and prepared to make that presentation to your board.
Thank you, Scott. And just before we go to Julie, obviously we're not going to be finished with this item, I don't believe, by 10:30. So we will just take a break after this item before the public hearings start, just so everyone has a heads up on that. All right, welcome, Julie.
Good morning, Chair Bass. Good morning, supervisors and everybody and staff. And thank you so much for the opportunity to report on the Humboldt County Visitors Bureau's work and the challenges and successes over the past year. And as Scott said, we submitted a report, a budget, and our 21-24 marketing strategy. And I am happy to answer any and all questions that come from this. In the Humboldt County 2018-2023 Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy, known as CEDS, tourism was recognized as an essential part of the region's basic economic foundation, providing significant employment opportunities and importing significant revenue. This is also true for the state of California. To keep up with the increasingly competitive global and national markets, California made significant marketing investments, realizing an exceptional return with direct travel spending in 2019 of almost $145 billion. Here in Humboldt County, the 2018 revenue from travel-related spending was $453 million, netting $39 million in state and local taxes. In 2019, we saw a 7% increase over this, netting $41.8 million in taxes. And at that point, the travel industry projected similar growth for the foreseeable future. Currently, there is no other business or industry cluster that brings in this level of tax dollars to the county. An increased tourism revenue means increased dollars in the general fund for county services and projects that impact the quality of life of our residents. As a result of the significant funding reduction in 2019, the Bureau made cuts in staff and non-contractual spending, resulting in the Bureau working with a considerably smaller budget than other rural counties. And despite the CEDS acknowledgement of the importance of tourism and the essential income generated, county investment in tourism has not increased in many years. The Bureau receives an average of $200,000 a year from the county, which is 0.4% of the tax revenue generated. What has increased is a significant investment from neighboring counties who've not only recognized the importance of tourism, but have backed up this significant revenue generator with investments capable of moving the needle. Mendocino's budget is $1.4 million, and the Shasta budget is $1.5. Humboldt is, by other rural county standards, woefully unfunded. Prior to February 2020, the Bureau was having some organizational challenges, but consistent marketing had allowed Humboldt County to do well as a visitor destination. Then came COVID-19. The pandemic has underscored the importance of tourism for the county. Unlike other urban areas whose tax bases have been decimated, Humboldt has seen significant tourism over the past 9 months, with visitor spending bringing in much needed revenues to offset other losses. Internally, the board has completed the governance and operational systems assessment, which resulted in the board voting to no longer be a membership organization. Going forwards, rather than the pay-to-play model, the Bureau marketing strategy delineates the seasonal promotion of regions and county assets, including not only outdoor experiences, but ecotourism, arts and culture, festivals, culinary, cannabis, and health and wellness opportunities. And last month, a new board of directors was voted in. Representatives from all regions will bring greater professional diversity, and recognizing the need for a close and engaged relationship with HSU, the board has welcomed Dr. Ara Pashmeyer, who's the Assistant Professor of Tourism Management, to serve with them. With the city of Eureka contracting with Eddie Alexander to brand and promote the city, the Bureau has been in regular communications with them to align our goals and support their efforts. Cannabis. In 2016, Visit California, the state DMO, decided not to promote cannabis tourism because cannabis was and is classified as a Schedule I substance, and 80% of Visit California's marketing is international and national. However, things are changing, and Humboldt is home to the burgeoning cannabis industry, which will be a major avenue for tourism. And when the time is right, the Bureau looks forward to supporting the organization that develops the branding and marketing of Humboldt cannabis. As far as our marketing is concerned, the Bureau website, which is visitredwoods.com, has sustained monthly traffic of between 90,000 and 100,000 visitors a month, of which 84% access our website through their phones. Our regular Facebook postings have shown significant increase in reach and engagements, and our Instagram followers have increased by over 250% in this last year. Humboldt County has appeared or been featured in over 40 major publications and on digital media platforms. With an audience reach in the tens of millions, this is worth in excess of $3 million in advertising. The Bureau has continued to host a few media travel writers and has developed a network of influencers who connect Humboldt to tens of thousands of people for whom traditional media is no longer their main source for information. Humboldt has attended 3 recent virtual media expos, holding one-on-one meetings with representatives from all sectors of the travel trade. And we have developed a podcast, which will go live at the end of March or beginning of April. Supervisors, no other organization or group in Humboldt County has the established relationships, media reach, and reputation for delivering marketing results at this level. And the Bureau participates on the Visit California Rurals Committee, the North Coast Tourism Council, the Cal Travel Cannabis Tourism Committee, and the Cal Travel Homelessness Advisory Council. And these relationships keep Humboldt front and center of state and national travel trends, opportunities, and challenges. So for the future, according to the February the 8th Destination Analysts Report, with travel to global destinations significantly reduced, indicators for the immediate and mid-term future of tourism travelers want to drive to smaller communities, especially in rural areas, with the primary motivations to relax and escape stress. However, consumer sentiment also shows a degree of optimism based on the availability and distribution of the vaccines. Americans experiencing burnout and cabin fever have indicated a need to travel more than ever, and over a third report that they've already begun planning and or booking future travel. Post-COVID, tourism will be a top income generator for rural Northern California and for Humboldt County. Now is the time to aggressively promote Humboldt as the premier destination, knowing that our much better funded neighbors, including Mendocino, Shasta Cascade, are all going after the same traveler. The key to tourism success over the next 5 years is increased investment. Better funding will allow the Bureau to revitalize and grow tourism while simultaneously safeguarding the health and well-being of all community members and future visitors. Humboldt County can become the regional tourism leader and increase tax revenues across the board. As well as the Bureau's role to inform, inspire, and educate visitors and adventure seekers, it has a key responsibility to promote and protect our environmental, social, and cultural character. Now more than ever, it's critical that strong and impactful marketing is undertaken in a consistent and focused manner to ensure that tourism continues as a sustainable and important contributor to the economy. And no longer is tourism seen as a goal in itself. The reality is tourism contributes to building better destinations and experiences for locals and visitors alike. Taking a broad view beyond the heads in beds model, destination promotion directly then benefits the whole community. The new role of destination marketing and management aligns tourism, community, and economic development. It is a shift from promoting communities to building communities. And the quality of life for residents equals the quality of place for visitors. The time is right to build on our strengths, expand our efforts, and ensure that Humboldt County remains at the forefront of travelers' preferred destinations. Supervisors, thank you for supporting the Bureau's evolution into a modern destination and marketing management organization and ensuring that tourism grows as a major economic engine for the residents of Humboldt County. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. I think you hit 15 minutes on the nose. That was good timing. So at this time, I think I'll go to see if there's any questions or comments from the Board of Supervisors. Supervisor Bushnell.
Good morning, Julie.
Good morning, Supervisor Bushnell.
I just have a couple comments and also maybe a couple questions. One of my first comments is about cannabis, and I understand what you said, but I don't know what we're waiting for on the cannabis issue to market it through the Bureau. Maybe you could kind of elaborate on that?
Absolutely, and thank you for the question. And we really understand that cannabis not only is an important issue now, but will increase in importance going forwards. It was our understanding that the county put out an RFP for branding and marketing of Humboldt cannabis. And much like the city of Eureka hiring Eddie Alexander, that the Bureau would work with that organization using their expertise to help promote it. Currently, the Bureau doesn't have any specific cannabis initiatives. I know that the Southern Humboldt and the money they receive from Trellis does that. And in the future, in the near future, depending on what is transpiring with the funding for the Bureau, we will be working hand in hand with the people who are already in the cannabis industry and marketing it.
Thank you. So we currently, through Eureka, through you, through other chambers, we reiterate what is popular and what is good for tourism in Humboldt County. And so with 50.8% of the TOT funds coming out of the unincorporated areas, I would hope that we could, which is what your funding is from right now, I would encourage us to not wait and to move forward with that, possibly if we could, sooner than later. Even though there's an RFP out, I think it's a part of Humboldt County tourism also, and I think we need to recognize that. Thank you for your report. It was very nice, and I might have more questions after public comment.
Thank you. So Supervisor Bushnell, I want to say that since, and I know Laura Lassiter has been really spearheading the cannabis marketing, that she and I both serve on the Cal Travel Cannabis Tourism Committee, which is a great resource to see how other areas are dealing with it and how they are managing to educate not only the residents of the places, but the visitors as to what's available. On our new board, we have Shannon Hughes from Willow Creek, who is involved in the cannabis industry up there and very much involved in the cannabis affiliation of growers. And also Mr. Ken Hammock from Arcata. So we're bringing a lot more professionalism and opinion leaders onto the board at this time, which I hope will push these agendas forwards in a very sensible and respectful way.
Thank you, Julie. It's just a little part of Humboldt County, so I just want to make sure that we're at least talking about it. I really appreciate that information.
Scott, I see your hand up.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, if I may. Just wanted to add a point of clarification. Your board received and approved the cannabis marketing assessment in November, and staff has been working since that time on the RFP document and supporting documentation, but we've not actually released the RFP yet for cannabis marketing services. Right now, our timeline is to release that at the end of first quarter or beginning of second quarter. So we're looking sometime around that early April time period to be able to release that RFP out to the public.
Thank you, Scott, for clarifying and correcting me. I appreciate it.
No worries, Supervisor Bushnell. Just want to make sure you have all the information you need.
Supervisor Bohn, I see your camera on. I don't know if you had a question you wanted to ask.
I guess I'm here. I think what Supervisor Bushnell brought up, and reference to Julie and both Scott, is it seems like Julie mentioned we're looking at what other counties do, and I know this is just a small faction of I know it says in there how we promote redwoods more than anything else, and I remember for 50 years straight the #1 tourist attraction in Humboldt County was the sawmill tour at Palco. Redwoods is still the #1 Googled item, but there's another faction coming into this, and this is the tourism. And this ties in with agritourism. I mean, we're trying to do a little thing now with the dairy ranches and stuff for a lot of their houses to actually do agritourism, which is one of the largest segments of tourism in Europe and places. Mm-hmm. So as we move forward in the cannabis, people want to come up, much like a winery, see, I know we have one licensed, I think it's called a bud and breakfast, that I think is very successful. Mm-hmm. I think there's other avenues, but I know it's always been and we have the Southern Humboldt Chamber, we have the Southern Humboldt Cannabis Group, and then we have all the other chambers. We have the HLA. We have a lot of people promoting Humboldt County, and somewhere in there, I think it's like putting a bunch of cats in a bag. If they all swam and sink, they wouldn't drown. So I think we need to be a little more focused, and instead of competing for the dollars, because as I've always said, if Eureka gets 50,000 tourists in the month of July, that means Humboldt County gets 50,000, because they're not all going to stay in Eureka. And right now, I know we were in the Chronicle for not such a good thing last Sunday. So for Eureka and Arcata, and I think we have to overcome a certain image, and the beauty of Humboldt far surpasses a lot of other counties. And I just think, and part of that is we do have cannabis, and that's, there's so many segments. We were discussing yesterday, I can't remember with who, about different ports where you can go to, You can go up to Brookings and see them taking the crab off and cook your crab and so many different things. And we're a major crab port in California, and people, that's a major venue, not what it used to be, but it is. So I don't know how we promote all this and all get on the same page and spend a little more time promoting instead of competing for the dollars. And maybe that's our job, to make sure we're not competing. We just make sure we funnel the dollars in the right place. So when you said you're looking at other counties to see what they're doing, we're kind of known as this is where it all started. Hopefully we know what we're doing. So, you know, I mean, that's part of the marketing. So good, bad, or indifferent, this is the center of the universe when you talk about that.
All right, any other supervisors have a question or comment before we go to public comment? Okay, we're gonna go to public comment. I will say one person with a number keeps falling out of the queue, so, and that is 7473. So if you're trying to comment on this item, please call back because you've fallen off the radar here. So the two commenters we do have right now, the first person is ending in 5926, followed by 6228. So welcome. Press *6 to unmute yourself. There you go. Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, board. My name is Amy Sorrentione O'Connor. I am a mother, a social worker, a Humboldt Made board member, and I'm the owner of Humboldt Bay Social Club. At this moment, I urge the Board of Supervisors to critically examine the outdated marketing plan and the current leadership structure of Humboldt County Visitors Bureau and the Humboldt Lodging Alliance. Our business has been a member of the local hospitality industry for almost 10 years without any support or engagement from either the Visitors Bureau or the Lodging Alliance. We've managed our own marketing. We've secured our own positive press coverage, some of which the Visitors Bureau took credit for. We are a women-led business. We believe firmly in integrating cannabis into the hospitality industry. And we believe that Humboldt County deserves a much more sophisticated marketing strategy. Sorry. We need a marketing strategy that reflects the diversity of our community and our region, and that fully integrates and normalizes cannabis. We need dynamic, proactive leadership that fully engages its assets. Our cannabis farmers, our dispensaries, and new hospitality ventures are the future of Humboldt's tourism industry. We all deserve to be fully integrated and represented in the marketing plan, in the funding, and the leadership. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Amy. And the next speaker ending in 6228.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Madeline DeLapp, Executive Director, Humboldt County Growers Alliance. HCGA is the trade association advancing the interests of more than 265 legal and responsible cannabis businesses in Humboldt County. Tourism is one of the most important aspects of our economy, culture, and identity. The tourism sector of our community is broad, and it includes restaurants, boutique retail, arts and entertainment, adventure guides, camping, glamping, and RV parks, as well as our wineries, breweries, distilleries, cannabis farms, and enjoyment lounges. Tourism needs to be inclusive, responsive, and have defined processes for how all stakeholders and the public can engage. Thus far, the only way for HCGA to engage in tourism planning is to submit a 17-page letter with recommendations and deliver a 3-minute public comment. So let's jump to it. Number one, what is HCBB's public engagement strategy? What is a region, an asset, a stakeholder, a partner, and how will HCBB interact with each? How is the HCBB board and committees developed? How would the public and stakeholders bring ideas to the table? We recommend that the board ask HCBB to come back with a presentation on its organizational structure and public comment strategies. 2, the county is committed to funding an organization through Project Trellis to develop an export marketing strategy for cannabis. By its very nature, marketing Humboldt cannabis includes an import destination marketing lens. We recommend that the board direct the Economic Development Director to require an MOU between HCBB and the organization that receives the Project Trellis Marketing Award. The county has an MOU in place with the City of Eureka for its tourism marketing. 3, how are taxpayer marketing resources shared across contracted partners? We recommend that the board direct the Economic Development Director to establish a single server, like a Google Shared Drive folder, which all contracted organizations have access to. No more siloing and isolating resources. 4, in order to keep Humboldt County's tourism marketing organization independent, we request that the Board of Supervisors prohibit any re-engagement of the HCVB and HLA in ways that would recombine leadership like they did in the past or fuse the organization in any way. If the recommendations and the others I didn't have time to mention are accepted and implemented, HCGA supports increasing HCVB's request for increased funding through the TOT tax. We believe today's agenda item represents a rare opportunity where a single topic can drastically change the lives and course of our county for generations while moving the whole county forward and aiding in critical post-COVID recovery. HCGA remains committed to building a respectful, transparent, and productive relationship with the HCVB and strongly believes that if the HCVB has a willingness to be inclusive and develop a process where the community is well represented, it can become a beacon of excellence. Thank you.
Thank you, Madeline. And for any of those folks who actually heard the beeper go off, it's because I started it late, so my fault. I apologize for that inadvertent tone. So our next speaker is 3053. Welcome, Thomas.
Hello, Thomas Mulder here. So outsider looking in, I've noticed over the years there seems to be, for lack of a better term, lots of groups trying to promote different things within the county, but not working on a unified front. So whatever powers you have to try to be more inclusive and get everyone to work on a unified front. I mean, I believe I've heard quotes at one point in time of the board you're talking about, some people being anti-cannabis. Cannabis is here, it's here to stay. So I think if there's a way to include that in the marketing and the promotion to show, you know, we have articles saying bad things about us, have people come out and, you know, see the good things. As far as the land use aspect of it, because of my new volunteer role, I can't comment on that aspect of it, but it would be quite interesting for people to be able to come and tour the county. They might actually be able to go visit a farm and see a specific strain being harvested on a farm, and then be able to go to a local retail shop and buy that same strain that was harvested earlier. So that way they could get an idea and feel for it. They would also get a better understanding by being able to visit farms for the unique microclimate and the culture that takes place on those farms. And I think it could do a lot for increasing the value of Humboldt County products. So that way that increased value could be reinvested by the farmers back into the community through increased living wages, environmental restoration, and also philanthropy, sorry for the tongue twister there, of promoting different nonprofits. The cannabis industry used to hold up a lot of nonprofits quietly through the paper bag program, leaving paper bags full of cash for different entities that were important to the community. We've lost that over the years. So what can we do as a county to continue promoting that? I'd say what you could do as a county is promoting as much as we can do to support the cannabis industry to increase the value added of the products. And other than that, I can't go into the specifics because of land use things that may come up with that, but try to get us all to work together, I think would be my last statement. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
All right, thank you, Thomas. The next two speakers, the first one ends in 3150, followed by 0151. Welcome welcome 3150, press *6 to unmute. All right. we're going to move on to the next one. Oh, there you are. You're unmuted. Welcome.
John Porter from Benbow.
Hi, John.
Am I coming through?
Yeah, John, you're coming through loud and clear. Thanks for calling.
Okay. Just a quick history on the Bureau. Started in 1976. Funding initially came, 2/3 of the funding came from the city of Eureka and 1/3 from the county. And we all know a year or so ago, the Bureau, through its own fault, lost the city funding. And now the Bureau's asking for the county to backfill that funding with no support from the other cities, Eureka, Arcadia, or Fortuna. So we don't feel, those of us who are in the unincorporated areas where this funding is coming from, which is the unincorporated areas, and between Southern Humboldt and Northern Humboldt, we collect about 80% of the county bed tax. So we feel that I would beseech the board to instruct the Bureau that they need to go to the city of Eureka, Arcadia, and Fortuna and ask for funding from those entities. Those entities, those cities, hoteliers and other people sit on the Bureau board and they have a say-so at the table. But those areas are not providing any funding. So I think that the funding should be spread out amongst the other areas, and I would encourage the board to direct the county to do that. The other thing is some of the marketing plans. The current marketing plan comments that, and I quote, "The target audience is no longer baby boomers who are spending less and do not return." So I don't know where they came up with that, but baby boomers, about 72 million people throughout the United States, and the youngest baby boomer is 57. So they're not even retired yet. So there's some issues that I have, and those of us in Southern Humboldt, with the actually marketing part of what the Bureau is doing. But I think the most important thing is they need to go to these other areas and look for funding. It'd be nice if Eureka, Arcadia, Fortuna, and the county all put up 1/4 of the funding. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for calling in, John.
You bet.
All right. Bye-bye. So our next two speakers, the first one is 0151 and followed by 7454. So I believe we have Dottie up first. And 0151, press *6 to unmute. All right, well, while that is being figured out, I will move on to 7454, and that would be you, Kent. So welcome.
Virginia, I always support the wisdom of John Porter. Him bringing up people are benefiting and not paying their share in. So I strongly recommend you put whatever political pressure to those cities that are within your respective districts to pay for their share. I had a little bit of, angst. Sounds like you've got one group that says either you change it to our way or the highway. I don't know. Anyway, I'm not going to go there on that particular topic. What's happened here is that I can't understand why Biden hasn't whipped out his pen, our president, and gone ahead and legalized cannabis and got it to be no longer a Schedule I drug. I thought that was one of his biggest promises. That's been surprising me. Thomas, regarding bags of cash, and this is a very important topic, not just this TOT, but my understanding is the tax collector sent out bills for $19 million in our cannabis excise tax. And when Thomas brought up those bags of cash which have disappeared, that is something that has disappeared. And I strongly support both in TOT and in your excise tax, which none of us know where that money is going, and we don't have a clue. No Measure Z, no Measure S participation. So that you also consider balancing that with the bag of cash that you have there. The areas that produce that cash should be the beneficiaries of that cash, not going in the general fund to be used for whatever other purposes, swallowed up by PERS or whatever. But the TOT and these things should represent the view of the people who are paying for that. So strongly support you balance these things and follow John Porter's recommendation And I appreciate what Supervisor Bohn said. We have lots of industries and balance it all. It'd be great to have crab fishermen get some money out there from tourism, the dairy farmers, all of these things. So let's not just concentrate on one business. We are a very diversified county. So thank you for the opportunity to speak on this topic.
Right. And thank you, Kent. I'm going to go now to the phone number ending in 9493. Press *6 to unmute. There you go. Welcome.
Hello, good morning. This is Dylan Mattoll, and I'm a farm owner, a cannabis farm out in the Mattoll Valley. And, you know, my question is just moving forward, we're doing a lot of work in Humboldt County in the cannabis industry that directly relates to tourism through developing state recognized appellation of order or appellation of origin, which, you know, ultimately the goal is that we will be creating a reputation for some of the micro regions of Humboldt County, similar to Napa and the smaller districts inside of Napa. And so my question is, what is the plan specifically to address us and to include us as stakeholders? Because we have very specific thoughts on tourism. We don't want to necessarily become Napa with you know, a huge influx of tourism, but we are interested in tourism. So I just want to make sure that we're considered stakeholders and that our voice is heard as we are generating quite a bit of tax revenue for Humboldt County. And I don't want to be overlooked as a key stakeholder. So I just want to make sure that our voices are heard. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Billy, for calling in. And then I will, sorry, I got the name wrong. Okay. Well, thank you for calling in. If I heard your name wrong, I apologize. I know the last name is Mattoll. So the final speaker we have, we'll try one more time, 0151. And if you're there, press *6 to unmute yourself. All right, and in that meantime, we got a couple more hands. So these are the following folks who will be on deck. There's 7473 will be our first speaker, followed by 2912, and then followed by 5798.
Hi, thank you very much. My name is Brian Robinson. Me and my wife own River Bar Farms, Bed and Breakfast, and also a couple other farms in the unincorporated areas of the county. Thank you very much for listening to everything that we have to say. And I really wanted to, first of all, say thank you to the supervisors for having an opportunity to have these kind of businesses here in the county and to be able to offer special things and to show how special our county is to other folks that have not been able to, you know, experience what we have here. I think it's really neat. It's really special. Being able to help normalize and put out cannabis tourism is a very, very important thing as we go forward. We're starting to see as more and more businesses come and they want to get permits or they want to get licenses and be able to do these things. There's a lot of hoops that have to be jumped through as well. But the biggest thing is if it's not normalized and it's not shown to everybody, the insurance companies are having a really hard time insuring these kind of businesses as well. So if it's a little too late, little too less, if we don't start doing more, people are going to be set up for failure because of these kind of things. So I encourage everybody to really try and help and normalize and make sure that this is a big part of our county. We have so much interest in this, and I think it is so special. And again, thank you so much for giving us this opportunity and you know, making Humboldt County somewhere very, very special. It's very dear to our heart, and we want to share that with everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. And we've had several more raise their hands, so hang tight here. There's like 6 in the queue now. So first we're going to go to 2912, followed by 5798. And you're there.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Thank you very much. Welcome.
Morning, supervisors. My name is Ross Horton. I'm policy director with Humboldt County Growers Alliance. We appreciate the discussion on this item today. We're really encouraged and excited by a lot of aspects of what's in this report. including the new primary target markets that are being discussed in this report, moving, for example, towards more of a focus on wellness-oriented travelers or business leisure travelers or intention travel. And from that perspective, wanted to comment, at least from an HCGA perspective and my own perspective, working on the Humboldt Cannabis County Marketing Assessment, which was mentioned earlier in this discussion. And as part of that assessment, we really did a thorough sort of research and deep dive into some of the questions about what a Humboldt cannabis marketing program would look like, and trying to learn from other regions that have developed similar programs. And given the significant shift in approach which is being proposed in this report in terms of the target markets, it seems like a good time to do that sort of assessment for a tourism strategy as well, so that we're going into that with open eyes and really considering all of the implications, both in terms of what's necessary to make that approach successful, but also in terms of thinking about potential pitfalls. For example, what are the implications of development with new types of tourism? Is there a potential for having too much or the wrong type of tourism? Mm-hmm. So some specific questions that type of assessment might ask is looking at these new target markets, for example, millennials. What are the types of experiences and accommodations that those markets are looking for? What are examples of other destinations that market to those target audiences, and what can we learn from the experience of those efforts? What resources are available to current businesses that might help them angle their own independent marketing efforts in directions to have cohesive messaging? Also thinking about ecotourism and agricultural tourism, which Supervisor Bohn mentioned. That's a really consistent theme in this report, but what does that look like to do in a responsible way, in a way that's protective of the environment and that's consistent with our land use policies that we have here, and that brings in the range of not just cannabis, which of course is very interesting from our perspective, but as Supervisor Bohn mentioned, all sort of agricultural perspectives. And then also thinking through logistically in terms of, for example, event spaces. HCGA has hosted multiple business-to-business events over the past 4 years. Many of them have brought many hundreds of people to Humboldt. There are always challenges with event spaces. Is that something that can be addressed as part of the strategy? Or with transportation, how do we deal with some of the transportation challenges that we face in the county? So thinking through all those questions from an assessment lens is something that we feel would be really helpful. And thinking about the cannabis marketing assessment and that process, I think was important, both because it grounded that strategy in research and gave it a depth, and also because it really extended the public process around that.
Thank you very much, Ross, for calling in. 3 minutes goes fast. And thank you. Our next speaker ends in the last four, 5798, followed by 5390. So welcome, 5798. Press *6 to unmute. There you're not unmuted yet. Press *6 to unmute. Thank you. There you were unmuted. Try again.
Hi, my name is Hannah White. You got me?
Yeah, thank you. Yep, you're good now.
Hi. Thank you, board, for hearing our comments. I'm a mother, farmer, proprietor of Emerald Queen Farms out here in Willow Creek. I serve elected to Humboldt County Growers Alliance Government Affairs Policy Committee. The secretary to Creekside Arts and Education, a nonprofit serving students in Willow Creek, and founding member of Willow Creek Cannabis Alliance, an organization developed out of necessity to support marketing the Willow Creek area, its cannabis products and cultivators. I'm concerned that the intent to reestablish strong directional relationship with the HLA is a nod back to business as usual, where special interest groups have the opportunity to control the marketing and presentation of our county and its assets. Having token cannabis business members on committees just brand new is not enough of a handshake of inclusion. As a committed resident and business owner stakeholder, I do not feel that this proposal goes far enough to ensure and name community input. The 2021-24 marketing presentation only once mentions cannabis or defines how to reach and include all of our Humboldt assets. I'm glad to hear more of the C word in this conversation, but it's not on the paper. And this is a considerable problem that we are already dealing with when your board voted to approve on October 22nd, 2019, a professional service agreement with the Southern Humboldt Business and Visitors Bureau for marketing, branding, and promoting the Humboldt County cannabis industry. The agenda has a 2-page scope of services. The professional service agreement was approved without public discussion, without a public RFP, or consideration of the larger scope of work being developed under the Project Trellis marketing strategy or how it interacts with the efforts by the Humboldt County Visitors Bureau. SHBVB has with intent excluded Northern Humboldt cannabis businesses from their marketing platform and is funded by countywide cannabis cultivators. So that's inherently conflicting. Creating a unified and cohesive marketing plan that gives inclusion, equitable participation, and opportunity to all stakeholders, it is what is required. And I'm not talking about just cannabis, I'm talking about all the stakeholders. The County commissioned a marketing assessment for countywide cannabis industry. This cannabis community has repeatedly stated its desire for inclusion and inclusion for the ancillary businesses that also support us, restaurants, small boutique craft producers. That is the fabric of this community. We have a beautiful mosaic of so many business interests. We're deeply rooted in a handmade craftsman and artisan ethos to our lifestyle. Our rural communities need to have a seat at the table. Our environment needs to have a seat at the table. We have to work together and have transparent and accountable processes to ensure that all of our communities and people and native lands are respected.
Thank you very much, Hannah.
Thank you.
3 minutes. Anna, before I go to the other folks who are wanting to talk, I just want a reminder, because some folks might be new to our board meetings. There's a 3-minute time period for public comment. And when you hit 2.5 minutes, you're going to hear a tone. That means you have 30 seconds to wrap up. And, don't take it personally, but I'm trying to keep it as consistent as I can so everyone has as much of the exact same time as possible, even though I have been known to make mistakes occasionally, and I apologize for that. So with that, the next person is ending in 5390. And 5390, press *6 to unmute. All right, we're going to move on to 1591. And we'll go to you now. If you can press *6 to unmute. I think you are there. Welcome. Ryan, did their hand go down?
Chair, they're unmuted. I lowered their hand as we.
Okay.
They have since muted themselves, so I would suspect they have unmuted themselves again.
Okay, thank you very much. Hand disappeared. So 1591, are you with us now?
I am with you. Can you hear me?
Oh, now we can. Yes. Thank you very much. And welcome.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you to the board and supervisors and everyone listening in today. My name is Andelaine Roy, and I am with DewPoint. I am a woman-led cultivation company. And out of the Mattole Valley, we just recently released our own branded and packaged product. I was born and raised in Humboldt County along with my husband, and I truly love Humboldt County, and I believe that it is very special. I envision homestead businesses like myself having a big impact with tourism and farm tours and Airbnb and glamping type businesses. I want to be involved in shaping the new direction of tourism for the cannabis industry. I have concerns with the relationship between the Humboldt Visitors Bureau and the Humboldt Lodging Alliance. The Humboldt Lodging Alliance, the bullword seems to be directly connected to multinational chain hotels. I don't see that type of board and that type of business representing or supporting my type of tourism and business in an effective and inclusive way. If our county is to have an effective and independent visitors bureau, it needs to be supported by the county and its homestead businesses, not a single powerful special interest entity that has not played well with others. The Humboldt Lodging Alliance has a history with an exclusive foundation. I loved what Amy had to say with Humboldt Made, as well as Hannah White with Emerald Queen Farms. Businesses haven't been supported for many years by the Humboldt Lodging Alliance. Exclusivity is not the healthy, inclusive, collaborative tourism foundation that everyone in our community deserves. We all have a vested interest in the promotion of our county's tourism resources, especially the amazing active cannabis community that has generated a significant tax revenue. Humboldt County needs an inclusive organizational development plan that includes integrated stakeholders, the general public, and homestead businesses like mine. Thank you so much.
And thank you for calling. So the next person is going to be ending in the last four, 3483. We're going to try 3553 after that. So if you're 3483, please unmute yourself. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Aaron Sweat. Thank you, supervisors, for taking all of our comments. I know it's a lot. Sounds like we're going in the right direction. I moved to Eureka about 3 years ago. I'm in extraction, manufacturing, and distribution. I saw the potential of Humboldt, still see it, and excited to be a part of this, moving this forward, both from tourism and a cannabis perspective. One thing I would say is, how important it is to be able to see what this could be. If we do this right, we could be an extension of Napa, from ecotourism to, cannabis offerings to elevating an experience. This is a unique opportunity with COVID ending and the new tourism that we're going to see. But for the most part, I just want to emphasize the strategic plan and really make sure that this is for the community. There's a lot to weigh here, and we just want to make sure it's transparent and we all contribute how we see fit. And I appreciate everyone's comments and diligence on this. And so that is all I have for now. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Aaron. And 3553, you are up now, followed by 5375.
Hello, Dottie Russell here.
Dottie, are you on 0150? I mean 0151?
I couldn't get it to work. I left Garberville and got to the Avenue of the Giants, and it couldn't work, so I had to come in and get onto a landline.
Okay, got it. All right, welcome. That's good.
Thank you. That's a great segue to the Avenue. It's a great segue to the Avenue of the Giants needs to have the fiber optic line activated. This is crazy here. We can't run a business. Our kids can't do their Zoom meetings. Everything cuts out when you're even trying to be on with you guys. So it's not working. The faster we can get that done, the better it'll be for everybody. So the Avenue of the Giants plan. I haven't been invited in 20 years to an Avenue of the Giants plan meeting. We need to have one. Everybody's talking about all these different things in random places, but Redwoods, Avenue of the Giants, key important factor to incorporate in everything that's going on. People come, whether they come for cannabis or the music festivals or a combination, whatever it is, it's the Avenue of the Giants. The entrance to the Avenue of the Giants, south and north, needs to be redeveloped. It needs to be improved and enhanced, and some of the money needs to go for that. So as far as all of these different alliances and bureaus and all that, we have a small motel. Nobody's ever contacted us to see what they could do to help. That's a problem too. So let's develop Avenue of the Giants. Fine, incorporate it with music. Fine, incorporate it with cannabis. But all of these conversations seem to forget about the Avenue of the Giants. It's just shocking to me. We applied for a redevelopment grant. It was denied. A CDBG grant. It was denied. Avenue of the Giants plan, nothing's happening. Internet, we don't have it. Incorporated, we're not incorporated, so the unincorporated area that was discussed earlier about bringing in all this money, but then what? None of it is going back into developing this. It's just an incredible gap in what should happen. So let's redevelop these things. Let's assign some money for this. Let's get things going in the right direction to support the beauty, the amazing things, the money that needs to come in to support some of these places that have been underserved for so long. The entrances need help. And I think I just heard my beep this time.
No, you got 30 seconds left. You're good. Keep going.
Okay. So thanks very much. I appreciate it. I know we're all in this together. And then if we really do help one another, incorporate and unify, we can have our area really loved and appreciated again soon. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dottie. And next is 5375, followed by 8496.
Hello, my name is Lindsay Jones. My husband and I run Aloha Humboldt, a licensed cannabis farm in Willow Creek. I also serve my community as secretary of the Willow Creek Cannabis Alliance. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. While cannabis was mentioned today in the speaker's report, cannabis is completely left out of this marketing plan. Not giving cannabis a seat at this table until an undisclosed future date is unacceptable. Part of Humboldt County's identity is indeed the beautiful and unspoiled nature, the Avenue of the Giants and the redwood forests, the beaches, the farm to fork opportunities for dining, community-supported agriculture and farmers markets, organic produce, and the wellness-minded community, all which were mentioned in the report. But undoubtedly, another part of the culture and heritage of Humboldt County is deeply rooted in the communities that were and are being built by free-thinking, wellness-minded people that migrated here to find refuge in the hills to grow cannabis. Our cannabis culture is known around the world. You can ask anyone around the world what Humboldt means, and they will tell you that Humboldt is synonymous with quality cannabis. It would be a huge miss to not include the cannabis industry in the marketing plan now. I think the board can all agree that the cannabis industry brings a great deal of revenue and tourist interest to Humboldt County. Moving forward, we would like to see the creation of a cohesive marketing plan that details how the county will give inclusive and equitable participation to all stakeholders. We would like to see efforts made to build a marketing program that will sustain over generations. And a successful marketing plan should include this long-term vision now, not later. It is a turning point right now for independent cannabis producers. The industry is highly competitive, and if the board would like to see our independent producers survive, we need to create an equitable consensus-building system that promotes cooperation between industry, government, and other sectors of the community, such as tourism and hospitality and cannabis, now. Without this inclusive and equitable representative participation, marketing efforts will inevitably favor certain interests over others and leave some of the community and stakeholders behind. Humboldt County's cultural cannabis practices have been developed over generations to adapt and survive. Those that have made it into the regulated market hold the torch for those that have come before them. We deserve to be supported and given the foundation of an inclusive marketing platform. Our community deserves representation. All county stakeholders, including the cannabis community, should be represented in the decision-making process and decide how our story is told to the world. We have the opportunity right now to highlight and promote Humboldt by including the community that produces our exceptional, geographically unique export product, craft cannabis. And doing so will increase revenue for all stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you, Lindsay. Next, we have 8496.
Hi there. My name is Laura Lassiter, and I'm with the Southern Humboldt Business and Visitor Bureau. Thank you so much for just allowing me to make a quick comment on today's discussion. I have to say this is really exciting to see and hear this discussion. 4 years ago, when our organization, the Southern Humboldt Business and Visitor Bureau, was formed, this wouldn't have happened. And we were formed as an organization to include cannabis, a destination marketing organization inclusive of the cannabis industry. And so I feel like we've gone leap years for all of us through countywide, from the north, the south, the east, and the west, to be having this discussion today on the future of how to define our county and marketing, and inclusive of all aspects of our county. I currently serve on the California Travel Association Board of Directors, as well as the Cal Travel Cannabis Committee, as well as our local Humboldt Made Board of Directors, and a few other organizations. And this really has served as a benefit for our county, with on a positive side with COVID, just the constant communication that we have with the state, our state partners, through Cal Travel on our weekly update calls, and then bringing that back to our county is been very informative for all of us. But this is really, I look forward to seeing how this comes out. We are in uncharted territory. We have 2 beautiful farms that, from my understanding, I know for sure one, and I think there's 2 that are permitted for farm tours. This has never been done before. This is really exciting, and how to loop this all in for an economic drive for our county as a whole, working with our lodging partners, working with hospitality as a whole. This is really an exciting time for our county. So I look forward to hearing where this goes. And then please check out our website. We have, and we're still building that out, we feature throughout the county manufacturing partners, processing. We have a whole cannabis section. And from my understanding, it's the first destination marketing organization to build out such a website of its kind. So I encourage you all to visit that at shtvb.org or americascannabisheartland.com to see what we have already built out over these years when this wasn't even up for discussion. So this is, happy to call in today. So thank you all so much.
Great, thank you, Laura. And these will be our final 2 speakers. We've got 5390 and then followed by 3614. So if you are 5390.
Can you hear me? Am I unmuted?
I can. Yeah, and hold on just a moment, please. I saw one more hand come in, I believe 3553. We're going to move on after the remaining folks that I've called out get to comment. So, all right, so sorry about that. Go ahead and welcome.
Thanks for taking my call. My name is Dave Dickinson. I own and operate a small cannabis farm in southern Humboldt, and I have been a resident of Humboldt County for about 30 years. And I actually have my own plans to make my farm a tourism destination by applying for a permit for that. And I want to say that one of the things I love the most about Humboldt County is that we have such a huge diversity of small family-owned businesses, literally mom and pop businesses. And what I'd like to know is, why would our county allow multinational hotel chain corporations, such as the majority of the Humboldt Lodging Alliance's board of directors, to control and curate the promotion of the county, and most offensively, control the messaging of our cultural identity to the world? And yes, that includes cannabis. That means cannabis as well as redwoods and all of our natural beauty. according to the Humboldt Lodging Alliance's own agenda, and I have gone and looked at this, and their meeting minutes, which are published on their website, reveals that the Humboldt Lodging Alliance and the Humboldt County Visitors Bureau are in negotiations to potentially merge their two organizations. What the hell is going on? Why is it that every time I turn my back, there's some multinational corporation coming into Humboldt County to bend us over a barrel? Is it because of the money that they bring? I don't know. Perhaps someone can answer this for me, but I am unalterably opposed to any single industry or stakeholder controlling the funding, the leadership, or the development of the promotion of Humboldt County. So I just want to ask you to please prohibit the HCA and the HCVB from merging their organizations into perpetuity. And that's it. Thank you very much and have a nice day.
All right. Thank you for calling, Dave. 3614. If you're there, press star 6 to unmute.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, welcome.
All right, great. Thanks so much. This is Drew Barber. So much great input today from the cannabis community. Lots of really great points. I definitely support those points. And I have my additional piece that I want to make here is more about how we handle tourism in our small communities. So I'm co-founder of an agricultural cooperative of family-operated cannabis farms out in the Mattole Valley. I own and operate my own cannabis farm. And I'm also a first responder and volunteer fire department captain. The current HCVB completely lacks a substantive way to hear stakeholder input. We've been talking about that today at the meeting. We as our small rural community, we require a meaningful way to provide feedback to how our community tourism is marketed to the masses. Out here in the Mattole River watershed, our diverse small businesses include cannabis, ranching, as well as community members and other small businesses. They all need a voice at this table to guide the future of tourism, partly because what we have is special out here and that our services are minimal and really easily overrun due to the remote local community and volunteer operated services. Each year, more people are braving our failing roads to come experience the beauty of this unparalleled coast. And speaking from a first responder perspective, we're an hour and a half from definitive care. So increased traffic involves an increase in search and rescue medical fire response. Every year, there's an uptick as use goes up. The call on our volunteers goes up as well. So if we just keep driving this tourism through the roof without stakeholder input and actual ways to support these incoming people, we end up with a public health and safety issue. What we'd really like is for Humboldt State to create a needs assessment, which references Napa and the ramifications of use and overuse and over-tourism, like we've seen in Napa, where we can see how a lack of plan and stakeholder input can really drive out of control tourism and unrealistic real estate values, and changes the culture and drives real estate values out of the hands of the local community and culture. Thank you.
Thank you, Drew. And our final speaker for public comment is ending in the last 4 digits of 3553. Welcome.
Hi, thanks for allowing me to speak at this meeting. My name is Heather. I'm from Los Angeles. I actually stumbled upon Humboldt and never wanted to leave. So I have lived in northern Humboldt, but also southern Humboldt here. My friends, great little town in Phillipsville, and I love southern Humboldt. No offense to northern Humboldt, but southern Humboldt's more me. But so I thrive from Los Angeles. I focus on events, tourism, things like that. And I love the community that's here in Humboldt. It's really one of the reasons why I'm here. It makes you have more integrity, be accountable for your actions, and then also just get to know your neighbor and the community in which you live. So that's one of the reasons why I love it here. And I do see firsthand, just like being here, being in Northern Humboldt, traveling up and down California, what really needs to happen, and I know would be appreciated, is focusing on helping tourism, some of the local mom and pop shops, you know, these destination stops, especially with coronavirus that's happening right now. People really aren't wanting to leave the state. They might travel a few hours north, a few hours south, east, or west, but they're pretty much just trying to stay local. So right now at this time, it would be great to utilize some taxpayer dollars, state, federal dollars, whatever it may be, into beautifying certain landmarks. You know, Avenue of the Giants is where I'm at, and I've been the last few months. And I just see what happens here. And, you know, something about cleaning up, beautification. I think that local areas really need to do that. So people, tourists that are driving by, aren't just driving by and seeing hunks of junk cars, you know, destroyed properties. You know, it's not fair that, you know, these things are not controlled or held by local law enforcement, and then the landowners are then forced to have to come up with their own money and be penalized for cleaning up an area that was done by society. So there has to be some sort of help, some sort of foundation, some sort of grounds to help these small businesses, especially right now when they're suffering with lack of tourism as well. Because it's a double-edged sword. There's people that want to come here, but then they just drive by because they see homeless people. Literally, I have people that said that they've seen people with knives and swords walking around. So if anything, it would be great to just see some beautification happening, some money going to help local small businesses. One of the reasons why I love Humboldt is because we don't do as much corporations. You know, so we just really need some help getting some tourism up and down Avenue of the Giants to help some of these small businesses thrive and keep going. Because right now, a lot of people are just giving handouts.
Thank you, Heather. Thanks. Great. Bye-bye. All right. So that was the last of our public speakers. So before we get into conversation, I did want to ask my board members, would you like to take a brief break now, or do you want to power through this and get a longer break for lunch? Anyone?
Let's go. Keep going.
Go. Keep going. Anyone else?
I wouldn't mind a lunch. That'd be great.
Okay, so we'll keep going then. And before we go back to Julie or staff, I see the Treasurer Tax Collector Bartholomew has his hand up. Welcome, John. Thanks for being patient.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you, Chair Bass, fellow supervisors, staff, and public. I just wanted to add a little context to the transient occupancy tax discussion, which Scott brought up at the beginning of this agenda item. And the tax was increased in 1993 from 8% to 10%. So it's been the same rate since 1993. And then in 1996, the board decided to repeal the TOT tax from applying to campgrounds and RV parks. And at that time, that TOT generated roughly 20%. The TOT generated from the campgrounds and RV parks generated 20% of the overall transient occupancy taxes. So I want to bring that up because if that were again reapplied and where TOT would be subject to campgrounds and RV parks, that would add about $427,000 to the TOT collections. That's from 2019, the last full year of collections that we have. We're not quite done with the 2020 year. And by the way, TOT is always generated in our system via the calendar year, not fiscal year. That's what I want to stress. And I really bring that up because one of the primary directives of collecting taxes, in my opinion, is to treat everybody the same. And so that's why I would encourage your board to consider changing the structure so that it would again apply to campgrounds and TOT, because there's a lot of people that have come through for that, in tourism for that purpose, that stay in campgrounds and RV parks. So that's all I wanted to say at this point. And if anyone has questions, let me know.
All right, thank you, John. And I'll go to Supervisor Bohn, and then I have a question for staff, and then I'll go to Supervisor Wilson.
This is for Mr. Bartholomew. Can you give us a little background on, and I appreciate the campgrounds and stuff, because I know the cities still collect from their trailer parks and campgrounds, but could you give us a little background on the HLA? And it was mentioned twice that they're all giant multinational corporations, but I looked at their board of directors, and 14 of 17 are owned by the people that are on the board or their partners in it. And they're represented kind of like a local gas station is represented by 76 Union or Chevron, but they're not run by, they're run by our neighbors and stuff. And I'd like to see how that started, because I know they were a big aspect in the new Skywalk that's going to open in Red. It wouldn't have happened, I don't think, without the HLA. I think between them all, there was almost $1.5 million, $2 million given. But can you give about how that 2% started and who brought it forward?
Sure. You're talking about the Tourism Business Improvement District assessments, and that began in 2012. And it was the HLA that contracted with, I think, a company called Servitas that actually works with different entities for establishing TBID assessments. And that was redone back in 2017 by your board. And then in last year, the management district plan was changed at the request of the HLA. So it does not apply to any short-term rental that has 4 units or less at the same location. So it's only 5 units or more that are currently paying the assessment. And I understand your question about the multinational corporations, because while some of the hotels may say Best Western or something like that, which is part of a nationwide entity, my understanding is that most all of the hotels and motels and the people that represent the HLA, they are direct owners of their establishments. So I would dispute the comments about the multinational corporations myself, but I don't know what kind of support they get from like the Best Western Association or whatnot, so I can't speak to specifics there, but it's a good point.
Thank you, Supervisor Bohn, for bringing that up. I have a question for staff first before I go to the supervisors with their hands up. So in looking at this item, we're not here to make a decision on extension of the CBB contract. The CBB contract has still a period of time to go. This is just for a report, if I'm hearing correctly, although I'm sure we could give some direction on, how they might want to move forward. And then our other conversation is about the TOT. So I just want to confirm first, this is not about keeping or stopping the CBB contract. What I'm reading, I just want to check with staff to see if I'm correct in that at this point in time. That doesn't mean it can't happen, the conversation in the future.
Yes, Chair Bass, that is correct. The current contract agreement with the HCVB expires this June. So staff will need to relatively quickly begin to look at what a renewal recommendation of that agreement would look like. Of course, if your board has guidance or opinions that they would like to share today, we can certainly take that into consideration. June will probably be on us before we realize it, sooner than later. But you are correct. The recommendation is just to receive their report and their presentation, which has already been made. And the recommendation concerning TOT is to do more discussion and to examine it further and to include the community and other stakeholders in those discussions. And then we would bring a report or an assessment back to your board at a future date.
Okay, thank you, Scott. Because what I was going to suggest if it's okay with most of us, is we can certainly talk about the comments we received, but I think there's actually a much bigger conversation about some of what was brought to us. So I think we can really focus on the TOT thought if we want staff to go back and look, in the more detailed analysis of that. But I would ask if, we really want to, if we get into a very drawn out conversation about something that we're not really doing today as far as contractually, I'm thinking it may be better to actually perhaps get an ad hoc committee of 2 from the board to work with both organizations and, or to see what we could do. But that's just my thought on how we'll go here. I just don't want to see us get bogged down on something that we're not making a decision on today necessarily. Supervisor Wilson and then Bushnell.
Thanks. I don't think I had my hand up, but I think.
Sorry.
I mean, welcome. I mean, I don't want to jump in front of Rex there. I think Rex is first, so I'll let him go.
Rex went already, so then Michelle would be first, and then we'll let you go third. How's that? I mean, you can go after Michelle.
I don't want to step on any toes.
All right, Supervisor Bushnell, I know you did have your hand up the longest.
Thank you. My question is for Mr. Bartholomew. First of all, why, if I could get some background, and it doesn't necessarily have to be right now, you could email me or somebody could, about why the TOT funds were removed from the parks. And then secondly, I want to clarify, because we are talking about considering a raise in TOT funds as part of the discussion. But I want to ask, it's currently at 10%, but then also 2% for the T-bid. So that's 12% that the consumer pays. And if we were considering putting another 2% on for TOT, that would be 14% the consumer pays. Can you confirm that?
Thank you for the question, Supervisor Bushnell. And first, to answer your first question about why campgrounds and RV parks were excluded, that was well before my time here at the county, so I cannot address it specifically. But in all likelihood, it was driven by special interests to remove that tax for applying to the campgrounds and RV parks for some particular reason. Relative to today's world and TOT, yes, it's 10% from the county and 2% T-bid assessment. But again, that only applies to short-term rental operations that have 5 units or more at the same location in their control. So it does not apply to everybody. But you're correct. For those people that it would apply to, that would be 12% right now. And then if it was bumped up another 2%, then it would be 12% to all the short-term rentals with 4 or less short-term rent units at one location, and 14% for any operation that had 5 units or more at the same location.
Thank you so much for that clarification.
You're welcome.
Right, and according to Supervisor Wilson, Supervisor Bohn had his hand up first, and then we'll go to Supervisor Wilson.
Well, according to Supervisor Wilson, he didn't have his hand up at all.
Well,
but
if they're only
anyway,
actually, let me just ask y'all if you can push on the raise hand button, because then what I'm seeing is I see motion, and if we can just do the raise hand motion like Supervisor Bushnell does, that would make it a lot easier. All right, so Supervisor Bohn, thanks.
No, I think this is, if this is going to be run through economic development, and I think we need to get a lot more than just 2 groups. I think there's a whole bunch of groups that have money, and I think we need to be focused with the chambers and everything else. And I know trying to get everybody to go in the same direction and messing somebody else's sandbox is a little tough, but the end result is to get the people to Humboldt County. And I don't know, I don't know if the answer is, hey, let's just add another 2%. We do that with everything. Let's just charge some more money to make it work out, where sometimes we could probably just be a heck of a lot more efficient with the money we have without charging tourists more money, because the end result is the less we charge the tourists, the more they're going to have to spend at the mom and pops, the restaurants, the tourist traps, all of the appropriate things that we're trying to get them here. So I think I'd like to make sure we're as efficient as possible. We're hitting as many doors. I hear with one group almost has a web page done, and we've got this and that, but I think we need to be a little more focused on on where we're headed. And I'm just saying, give us more money and we can get her done. I mean, getting her done this last year has been a little tough. So everybody should be sitting on money, because in all honesty, we're not supposed to be advertising for people to come visit us. So I just think this, I appreciate the report, but it's opened a lot more questions to me than answers. And the answer isn't always, well, let's get a little bit more money and we can, we can go after. Maybe we should be collecting it from the people that aren't paying it now. I don't know. We should probably have a John, or somebody should tell me if the city of Eureka, Arcata, and Fortuna are getting it from their campgrounds, i.e. trailer parks that have their, the little cabin stays and everything else, so we're consistent. So those are just some of the questions I have.
Okay, Supervisor Wilson, and then I actually have a question as well, or for clarification. So Supervisor Wilson.
Well, I mean, mostly I'm just give my thoughts on this, which is with relationship to the stakeholder, diversity of stakeholders. I think that was mentioned a few times, and I do think there needs to be an emphasis on that. The strength of the cannabis issue and the hospitality or potential hospitality providers, and not just hospitality, but actually experienced providers within that arena. Looks like, there's some people really anxious to be a part of the narrative and be part of the tourist community in that regard. And I think that we should do what we can to help support that and have that in there. But likewise, I think Rex had mentioned, that the mill tour was a big thing in the past. Well, these days, the Haliashi tour is a big draw. I know a lot of people do that. They're coming through town, and they do stop at our local craftsmen and artists all along, even along the Avenue of the Giants when they can. I've seen that before, and in many other places. And I think that is a big issue, big thing. And we should be promoting. And again, restaurants should be part of that conversation as well, for sure. And so there is a whole tourist ecosystem that is beyond heads and beds that I think is part of that conversation and needs to be in there. And we talked a little bit about, when this was brought up before, also about not just diversity of the businesses, but the diversity of communities, either locally, being represented, but even who we're marketing to. And when I asked about that the last time, the response was, well, yeah, we talk, we go out to Australia, England, and Germany. And I have to say, when I was at Fern Canyon the last time, I heard 7 languages that were there. None of those were represented in that. And I would say that we could do more and better to reach out to a diversity of cultures that are really looking for those types of experiences and that live in the Bay Area, quite frankly. And I think we're probably not doing ourselves justice to not really think about that, focus a bit. Kind of a shout out to Julie's assessment or key into the things that make our community better for us are the same things that make that experience better for a tourist. And we talk about that in terms of our trails and the network of those things. And we're talking about, there are people really seeking, distance spaces that they can go, where they can ride their bikes, where they can access better, for their water, for their kayaks and paddle boards and all that kind of stuff. And those things really matter. Those are things that we use a lot. We're very into, but I have to tell you, tourists love that connectivity, that kind of active zone. It's great when people feel safe with their kids. And that even plays into our safe routes to schools program. When neighborhoods that our visitors are visiting feel safe to walk in, quite frankly, they enjoy their experience. It is more authentic to them. So when the city of Eureka, quite frankly, looks at ways to, pare down busy streets or look at Broadway to try and slow traffic down and make it more pedestrian friendly, that matters. When Garberville is looking at walkability, programs within that space. That matters to us as residents, but it also matters to that experience of folks that are coming to this place. And so I would say that, really focusing and looking at, how TOT and other things can actually get into that space. And that kind of gets me, I mean, I didn't really know this is a story about the campgrounds, but I would certainly encourage us to take a closer look at that as a potential revenue source and a way to, help some of these programs move forward. But in TOT, I would say, like, we were talking about a lot of what we're talking about is like what we can do to make tourism better, but we do have impacts from tourists. It was mentioned by one of the folks that called, which has to do with, our housing prices and people coming here and those sorts of things, but also housing stock. So, in many places they're looking at TOT funds, a diversion from that or an increase of that to go into, especially from short-term rentals, that goes into housing trust fund. We've talked about making a housing trust fund. We haven't gotten there yet, but we have a housing crisis in California. We're impacted by that. And when we convert good, real housing into short-term rentals, to try and replace those units is like $300,000 or more on us to try and, like, when we're trying to build new housing, right? So it really does have a significant impact. And I think that we really need to figure out ways through the TOT to help mitigate for the impacts that we see to our housing. And quite frankly, those housing impacts are the same workforce housing that serves the tourists, right? And it serves that industry. And so we have that tool to help mitigate for part of that, of those problems. And lastly, I mean, I heard a lot of anxiety about, the relationship with the HLA. We had a contentious discussion about the removal of short-term rentals from the HLA. I personally felt that would de-democratize that organization quite a bit. And it concerns me, and I can feel that from other community members, that organization hasn't expressed itself in a way that is somewhat democratic or inclusive. And I am kind of cautious of how we, through the CVBA, associate in that way. I'm not saying that we don't have any relationship but I want to express that caution based on our experience just last year, or maybe it was the year before. This last year is a blur. But anyways, so those are my thoughts on this. I'm looking forward to how this comes through in sort of our budget discussions moving forward. And I do associate with like the staff recommendation with relationship to, moving the budget part of this along, because we don't really have a firm footing right now about where our budget is. And so with that, those are my comments for today.
Thank you. And before I go to Supervisor Madrone, I'm going to ask staff for some clarification so that we can kind of narrow the conversation. And you brought something up, Supervisor Wilson, about when we talk TOT and potentially increasing, it's not necessarily all to go towards tourism. I'm understanding, and perhaps I'm wrong from some of what Scott said, that, I don't know, I think most of you are probably hearing from theaters, arts, festivals that are dying on the vine. And I thought I heard Scott say something about, it's not unusual for communities to actually help those in some way with TOT. And I might have misunderstood you, but if you can give me that clarification, that would be really helpful for me.
Yes, Chair Bass. If your board were to direct staff to return with a more detailed examination or analysis on the use of TOT, we could bring some very real examples to your board for review. In preparation of this item and in discussions with our own treasurer tax collector, and also doing research and having discussions with community partners and looking into what other communities are doing, staff did find that communities will generally use TOT to support activities which go beyond just hotel stays. And one critical difference between with the T-bid and just TOT in general, the Humboldt Lodging Alliance, they do make grants and funding available to community activities or for community activities, which are related to and connected to tourism. Perhaps the difference there, or maybe a qualifier there, would be that of importance to funding any applications for HLA. HLA is looking for an articulated benefit to hotels, and they're giving priority to projects that increase tourism during their shoulder and their off seasons, and also priority to projects which are related to lodging or have a direct benefit to lodging, which is a very good use of that funding. TOT funding, as opposed to the T-bid, could be opened up for other type of activity, which would have a direct benefit on communities, restaurants, retailers, etc., but may not have a direct ancillary benefit to hotels only. But that is something that we need to review in more detail, and certainly include partners like the HLA and others who have commented today with our treasurer tax collector to put together that analysis and bring it back to your board for further discussion.
All right, thanks, Scott. And just for my personal, I think that's a great idea, and I'd love to see us have that analysis. CAO Nielsen, then Supervisor Madrone and Supervisor Wilson.
I just, thank you, Chair Bass. I just wanted to tag on to what Director Adair stated, that TOT is discretionary revenue, and so your board has the opportunity with any increase to allocate it to a variety of projects, such as a housing trust fund that Supervisor Wilson mentioned, or the Visitors Bureau, or any other marketing effort. So I just wanted to point out that it is discretionary and at your board's discretion on how you would allocate any kind of increase.
Right, and CAO Nielsen, before you go away, so today we can make a motion that encapsulates, just go and look at all the possibilities for TOT. I mean, we can make whatever we send off the staff fairly broad, right?
Yes, Chair Bass, the recommendation in the staff report already contains that ability to do that. And so we would bring you a myriad of options.
I just wanted to confirm. Thank you. Supervisor Madrone and then Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good discussion. I very much appreciate the work of all of the entities in the county that are trying to market our beautiful place to responsible visitors. That includes the Humboldt County Visitors Bureau, HLA, Humboldt County Growers Alliance, and the work that's going to come out of the Trellis program that is been coordinated by our economic development team, great team of people there in the county. So very happy and supportive of all the things going on there. I do think we need to, coordinate a little bit better with all of these things. I do support the TOT tax, and I would be supportive of raising it to 12%. Frankly, I want to closely associate myself with most of Supervisor Wilson's comments. But including the T-bid tax, which I support as well, but losing the smaller short-term rental stuff, we at one time had talked about a vacancy tax, and I would very much like to see that come forward, because that's one of the ways we deal with the impacts of losing this housing, which was talked about quite a bit, that with short-term rentals and such, we are losing a lot of our housing stock, and that's very concerning in my district as well as around the county. So I would love to see that vacancy tax discussion come back. And I think it's way overdue that we should have a short-term rental ordinance for the county. There is one in Trinidad. I see Arcata was recently renewing theirs. When Trinidad shut down its short-term rentals before Christmas to try and prevent the spread of COVID from outside people coming to the community, those folks just shifted over to West Haven into our county areas. And so they were still at the stores and everywhere and as such. So it's time for that short-term rental ordinance, I believe. And these things tie into fairness and equity that, we should be treating everybody similarly in terms of trying to raise these funds to help market the community. And I very much like what I've been hearing with a number of organizations about talking about trying to attract responsible tourists. That's kind of a new trend that's happening out in the tourism industry. A couple of other things, the Great Redwood Trail is going to be a huge economic boon to our entire community, including Avenue of the Giants and everywhere else along the trail. And then also I've been working with folks on the Vista Point Park up in McKinleyville. It's interesting when we talk about tourism, we always list Fortuna, Eureka, Arcata, and nobody ever mentions McKinleyville. And that's partly because McKinleyville's never really tapped into the tourist industry, but I can tell you that that's changing. With the development of our town center coming along, with the airport business park sitting there and the potential for a Vista Point Park, improving that Vista Point facility, I absolutely believe that there will be a lot more tourism coming into McKinleyville. Instead of that money heading north to Oregon, we'll pull them off the freeway there at Airport Road, and they'll see that $1 million view looking out over the ocean. And so all those things are going to help us with tourism and marketing and those kinds of things. And even Little Oric up at the north end of my district is beginning a new revival in terms of visitor services. Save the Redwoods League bought the old mill site there on Bald Hills Road, and they're going to be bringing in a visitor center and a bunch of other great things. The Yurok tribe's making investments in Oric, and there are ranching families, old ranching families in Oric that are making investments in all kinds of visitor services facilities. So I think we're looking good on that end throughout the county. And again, I would support the things that I spoke about before coming back to the board for further consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Madrone. And Supervisor Wilson?
Yeah, I don't know if this is the right place to talk about that idea about with relationship to a vacancy tax, but it's something that other places besides these two supervisors here today have talked about, especially in locations where people are purchasing second homes and vacation homes and those sorts of things. Again, has impact on our housing stock and those sorts of things. And so I think it's something that deserves a future.
I have a question. I just want to make sure, since vacancy tax isn't part of the TOT necessarily, I just want to make sure with our county council that we are okay with, I just didn't want a lot of conversation about it if it's not.
I wasn't going to discuss it anymore. I'm just saying that was, it tees off an interesting conversation.
Okay, I just wanted to check. Thank you. Thanks, Jefferson. I think we're good.
Yeah, and with regards to the T-bid, I mean, that again is not really in our control necessarily, but it is it's quite a bit of money. It is not the most transparent process necessarily that we have in the county, and it is a relatively small number of people that are in control of that money. And I'm glad that it's spent in the community. But again, it lacks a certain democratic feel to it and openness. And I did see, and I did look at, I tried to find this, the Standing Strong effort that was put out there, the videos or something like that. But all I could find, quite frankly, when I Googled Standing Strong Humboldt was an accident, a tragedy of sorts in somewhere maybe like in, I don't know, Canada or Wisconsin or something like that, where a bunch of people died. And so just saying, I'm not so clear that that's working so great. And I don't even really understand, quite frankly, what Standing Strong has to do with tourism in general. It's a very strange message from my perspective, but nonetheless, and I'm not sure how that was vetted. I think we have heard a lot of good comments today. I'm happy to see us move this along to staff to give an analysis, a future, bring this back to us with some proposals. I'm hoping that there'll be, more than one idea.
Right. Yes, CAO Nielsen, sorry.
I just wanted to share with your board that the vacancy tax is different from the TOT, and that the vacancy tax discussion will come back when we have a conversation about housing trust funds, and that agenda item is in progress, and the Department of Health and Human Services, Planning and Building, and the County Administrative Office are working on that item together.
And through the chair, I had one more thing, which is I just want to make sure that the RFP process is open, you know, and transparent, the one that's being discussed by our, you know, staff. And I just want to, you know, there's been some concerns about that, and I just want to, I'm hoping that Scott could speak to the you know, the openness and what that process will be like.
Dr. Adair?
Well, through
I see that CAO Nielsen has her hand up.
Again,
well,
sorry.
Sorry, through the chair, I'd like to better understand, are you talking about the RFP process related to Project Trellis, or are you talking about a potential RFP process for the funds that are currently being distributed to the Visitors Bureau?
The potential RFP process that was, you know, touched upon.
So through the chair, there is currently no direction from your board to for county staff to engage in an RFP process. And so if that is something that your board would like to see staff do, we would need that direction.
Thank you, CAO Nielsen. And did that, I don't know, Supervisor Wilson, did that answer your question on the?
Yeah, I mean, it was, you know, again, touched upon by staff with regards to tourism marketing and the RFP. And so I just want to make sure if we do that, we're just making sure that it's an open process. And that's it. That's all I got.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So Supervisor Bushnell.
I'm sorry, Supervisor Wilson, are you talking about an RFP for marketing tourism other than the Eureka Visitor Bureau? I'm a little lost now what you were saying.
Yes, if we are engaging in that as we move forward, then yes, that's what I'm talking about.
And I didn't think that was a discussion we were having, but thank you for that.
I think that was not my thought of where, you know, would that come back as a separate item? Well, I'll ask her, CAO Nielsen. Since I'm not thinking we'd do this today, but would that come back as a separate item if we decided we wanted to have that conversation?
Yes, that would need to come back as a separate item.
Okay, thank you. Well, one thing I do see, I think at least 3 people interested in the TOT tax investigation and coming back to us. Am I correct in that? So, and I don't know about the other 2, or if we got 5, I don't know who all's interested. I'm just looking for where we have something that we know we can move forward on. Supervisor Bohn?
I mean, in all honesty, I'd like to make sure we're spending the 10 and 12% properly before we add more to it. It sounds like we're having a hell of a discussion about where the money's being spent, and you know, I mean, I think we need to dial down. I know we're talking about the vacancy tax, which is kind of a new thing that a lot of people, a lot of other cities are fighting over. That doesn't really get to the core of the housing issue. I would ask all of you before we get into this is pretend you're a contractor, go down there and try to say you have an empty lot and see how much it costs you before you ever get to dig a foundation, and then get PG&E hooked up, get your sprinklers, get your solar, and then your house is going to have to be about 600 square foot to make it affordable because materials are up about 25% this year. So, I mean, it's great to say, but I mean, we're going to have to look at how much effort we put a contractor through to build a house if we want to save any, you know, get any affordable housing.
Okay, what I would say that what you, Supervisor Bohn, what you're asking for as far as seeing how it's being spent currently would be part of the investigative process that that
I
would
would
be
hope.
done, but I'll go to Director Adair to find out. He says yes, thumbs up, so that would be part of what's looked at. Yes, County Council Billingsley.
Chair, I think it'd be helpful as far as direction to staff know if there's support for staff direction regarding the TOT with a motion and a vote.
Okay, so we'll do a motion on, we'll ask for a motion regarding the investigate or the looking into the TOT item portion of the actual recommendation that we have today. Does that sound right? Is there's a supervisor who'd like to move that item forward?
Yeah, I'll move forward, sure.
Okay, so we've got a motion by Supervisor Wilson. Is there a second?
Clarify the motion, please.
I would say the direct staff to perform, well, Supervisor Wilson can decide if this is fine with him, but direct staff to perform a detailed analysis of Humboldt County's transient occupancy tax and return to the board in 90 days with a recommendation. Just as exactly what's in the staff report.
Yeah, that sounds great. Sorry, my computer's doing crazy stuff, so I have to be off screen for a second.
Okay, did that help Supervisor Bushnell? Okay.
So just to clarify, is Director Nielsen on? Just to clarify, then it would be just a something that the CAO's office would, or Scott would, Director Adair would investigate and come back with some numbers?
Through the chair, yes. County Administrative Office staff will conduct an analysis on increasing the TOT and will reach out to stakeholders as well.
And that analysis would also include where that funding would be spent, or is that discretionary also?
Well, that is a discretionary decision of your board, but we would provide some potential options on where a TOT increase could go.
I'll second the motion. Thank you, Amy.
All right. Well, let's take a vote on that motion, then we'll just try to wrap up the other piece of the conversation. Ryan?
Okay, thank you, Chair. Thank you. Thank you. Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn?
No.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Thank you. Passes 4-1.
All right, thank you. And that was the one actual action item we had on that, but I think there's a much bigger, or there's another conversation that we've been having that I don't know if now is the appropriate time to continue that. And I was wondering if the pleasure of the board, would there be any willingness to perhaps put an ad hoc committee of two to work with the different organizations to try to, it sounds like there needs to be some bringing together of folks. And I don't know if that's just something that should come back to us at a future time versus just trying to hash it out right now. And yes, Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. I would like to clarify something through either Amy or Scott, if I could, about HLA. So my understanding is that HLA is just their money is discretionary and they're a legal entity to the hotel business, and that's what their purpose is. And Supervisor Wilson kind of confused me with his comments, so I'm just trying to clarify that. And there's been lots of talk about HLA today. But they're, and I know, Scott, you had said, you know, that they give grants and fundings to communities that bring heads to beds, and that's their intent, correct or not?
Through the chair, if I may, and CAO Nielsen, that question was directed to both of us. Do you want to answer, or would you like me to answer?
I think we're both capable of answering, so feel free to, you start, Scott, and I will tag on if anything's been missed.
Okay, Supervisor Bushnell, the HLA is the managing entity which manages the T-bid, and the county does have some authority over approving changes to that T-bid, but the HLA is a separate organization. They're a 501c6 organization, and they exist separately of any county agency. They do receive the TBID funding, but the TBID is essentially a self-assessment where that industry is choosing to assess themselves. The county acts as a pass-through agency, if you will, to collect those revenues. And then they make decisions concerning how they're going to spend those revenues to improve their industry.
I really appreciate that. It says a lot about they self-tax themselves to promote their entity. Thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Bohn and Wilson.
And point of clarification, don't we charge them 0.25% for the admin and throughput fee? It's not just a throughput, they pay for our services.
Yes, John Bartholomew.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Chair Bass. We charge 2% for the administrative cost to manage all the TBID assessment collections and notification of all the participants that are paying that. So 2% of the total collected we keep as for county operations.
Yeah, okay.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yeah, and I don't mean to say that the HTA has that ability to do what or HLA, excuse me, to spend that money the way they want. But I guess the issue is that in the reports and discussion today, there was discussion about combining or co-working with HLA, and people have some concerns about whether or not the organization that we would be funding through TOT and what that relationship might look like, considering that that organization doesn't necessarily have that the same transparency and the same accountability to the public that we do, and that an organization that we would be doing direct business with would. So that's the concern. As long as they're doing their own thing, it's all good with me.
Go ahead, Supervisor Bohn, and then I'd like to see us find a way to move forward, whether that means bringing us back for a longer conversation, because I know Julie's been very patient, and it was only a report from the the group, so I don't see us leaving here with making a drastic change of direction unless I'm completely wrong. I think that I would prefer that we brought that back and had that separate conversation. Yes, Supervisor Bohn?
No, it's fine. I mean, I know the HLA sponsors numerous. They sponsor sporting events. They sponsor the car shows. They gave $1 million to the Red Rock. Basically, they want to put people in their beds, and that they want to put 20 people in their beds instead of one person in their garage. I think that's probably a good, but that doesn't mean it hurts that one shop in the garage or the B&B or whatever the case may be. So I think the whole thing is if they get 20 people to stay in their lodging unit, I think Humboldt benefits as a whole. So I think they do. I think we could probably get a breakdown of where they spend their money. We make them sound kind of nefarious and secret. I don't think they are. I think they're pretty open because, like I said, their minutes are on their website and everything else. And I've been to their meetings. They're actually, till COVID, they were funding. They fully funded our new Capitol display that will be put in when the COVID gets lifted down the Capitol, so we can take that 20-year-old one and maybe upgrade it. So, which I mean is really, really, really old, but they funded it to the point of $38,000. So they do things to benefit Humboldt County. I don't think they're doing anything off the charts that I'm sometimes confused why everybody's so excited about them, the way they spend their money, because they're taxing themselves.
County Council Billingsley, were you wanting to say something?
I was just going to say if the TBID and HLA discussion isn't really tied to the TOT, I think the discussion's getting a little off track.
Okay. Well, I think what they're getting into is a part of trying to tag on to the marketing report. And that's why I'm saying if you really want to have this discussion, I think we should agendize it separately and come back so that everybody's aware. I mean, I know Julie, well, of course, the other agencies did not know this was coming on until Thursday. Julie did not know there was going to be so much response, and I'd like people to be able to leave and kind of start thinking about how they can pull this all together. So I just would like direction from the board on, are you interested in bringing this back? I don't think we're going to get anywhere further today in this conversation except going around in circles. But, you know, it's up to you guys. Supervisor Wilson?
I'm fine. I think the views have been expressed, the concerns have been expressed, and so I think they've been heard, and I do believe that the entities that are trying to come up with something will do their best to take in all of our viewpoints and see what they can come up with. I don't think we have to give direction.
Okay. Then if we don't have to give direction, we'll take Supervisor Bushnell, and then perhaps we can move on from this item.
I just wanted to say thank you to Julie for hanging out and for your report.
Thank you. Yes, thank you very much, Julie. And sorry, I was not expecting this item to go quite so long, but a lot of good comments were made, and some, I'm sure there'll be a lot of conversation as well. So if everyone is good, we will move past this item, and we will take a lunch. And the next question is, do you want to come back at 1 o'clock? Is that too long? Is there such a thing as too long for lunch?
I think that'd be great. I would like to take a walk if that's okay. just to stretch out a little bit would be really great.
At least you broke out of the shed this week, looks like.
That's right.
Okay. Okay, I don't hear any great objections, so let's take a break and we'll reconvene at 1. Well, I know we do have 3 of us. We'll shortly have 4. Okay, so here we are, 1 o'clock. Thank you, everybody. And I do want to thank John Ford and his team for waiting so patiently today. I didn't think it'd be so long till we got to you, but thanks. Thank you. So at this point, we'll move on with our day, and we have 2 public hearings, both of them coming to us from Planning and Building. So the first item is regarding amendments to the Humboldt Bay Area Plan and zoning maps to allow the Samoa Peninsula wastewater project. So at this point, I'd like to open the public hearing and ask County Counsel Billingsley if he'd introduce the ordinance.
Thank you, Chair. And just so the board is aware, staff and the public, last year with the passage of SB 1473 and effective January 1st, if the title of the ordinance is printed in full in the agenda item, it need not be read out loud by myself. For this item, it is printed in full, so I will not be reading it for this one. For the next item, it is actually paraphrased, so I will be reading that item. But for now, with the passage of the new law, you do not have to listen to me read the entire ordinance title if it is written in the agenda item.
All right, good to know. Thank you for sharing that with us. So I have opened the public hearing, and at this point, I would like to turn this over to the Planning and Building Department for a staff report.
Thank you, Chair Bass. Good afternoon. John Ford with the Planning and Building Department. Joining me is Michael Richardson and John Miller. We're going to present proposed amendments to the Humboldt Bay Area Plan to allow installation of the Samoa Peninsula wastewater project that would be outside the urban service area of the Samoa Peninsula. So I'm going to actually ask Mr. Miller to go ahead and present this to you. I just want to remind you as you begin this that you have seen the EIR on this project and reviewed it before. And what we're really doing today is implementation of that project. So the project itself is not something that we're reviewing today. We're really reviewing the text changes to the Humboldt Bay Area Plan. So with that, I'm going to ask Mr. Miller to go ahead and give the presentation.
Is my screen being appropriately shared?
Yes.
Okay, so my name is John Miller with Long Range Planning. So as Director Ford mentioned, this is a follow-on action to the board action on October 6th to certify the EIR for the Samoa Peninsula Wastewater Project and overall approve the project, and as part of the board's action, initiate amendments to the Humboldt Bay Area Plan and coastal zoning regulations, also referred to as the local coastal program, to allow the project to proceed. This is also the culmination of grant-funded work. The county has received funds from State Water Resources Control Board and CDBG to do planning for the wastewater in coordination with the Peninsula CSD, Environmental Health, State Water Resources Control Board, Regional Water Quality Control Board, and the Coastal Commission. So this project is intended to address significant problems on the Samoa Peninsula. High groundwater levels, fast draining soils, the density of development result in inadequate treatment by on-site wastewater systems, which is a pollution source for the bay and a potential public health hazard for communities such as Fairhaven. The problem will worsen over time as sea level rise occurs, and the plan doesn't allow this to be corrected through the extension of a public wastewater system. As I indicated, we've been working closely with the Coastal Commission to try and craft amendments to the plan, and all along they've made clear that they have concerns regarding making investments in wastewater improvements within areas that are subject to sea level rise and tsunami inundation, potentially facilitating new residential development on small lots in Fairhaven, which is subject to the hazards I just described, and the new wastewater service in Fairhaven, which could encourage development of lots that contain environmentally sensitive habitat areas. The amendments that are recommended, that we recommend your board approve, are primarily to the rural public works policies to allow the extension of wastewater services outside of the urban limit line to all existing structures that are served by on-site wastewater systems. We would also be amending one of the Humboldt Bay, the Samoa Town Master Plan policies to allow wastewater from outside of the town of Samoa to be treated at the Samoa Wastewater Treatment Plant, which is operated by the Peninsula Community Services District. Some of the, just a little more detailed. So we're going to be expanding an exception that already exists that allows the connections to industrial uses outside of the urban limit line. We're going to expand that to include interim, conditionally permitted interim coastal dependent industrial uses and all coastal dependent uses. There's going to be a requirement that the wastewater collection system be designed to address the hazards related to geologic hazards, sea level rise hazards. It will allow all existing structures to connect. It will specify that there'll be no further extensions of the wastewater system without a subsequent amendment to the Humboldt Bay Area Plan. And it will require performance standards relating to sea level rise hazards and tsunami inundation hazards and the protection of environmentally sensitive habitat for any new development in Fairhaven. Here's a map of the project area, the benefits of the project. So there'll be substantial benefits for water quality by eliminating failing on-site wastewater systems. So this will help protect the important mariculture industry on Humboldt Bay. It'll provide crucial infrastructure to existing and future coastal dependent development and support the efforts of the Harbor District to attract new mariculture and coastal dependent projects. As we near the finish line, along the way, we've had extensive tribal consultation on the EIR and on the amendments to the plan and incorporated mitigations to protect tribal resources. Then considerable public outreach, several meetings with in Fairhaven. We've completed the environmental review. The EIR was certified in October. Lots of back and forth with the Coastal Commission trying to make this work to protect the water, but not to facilitate new development that would be subject to hazards. And recently the Planning Commission recommended approval to your board. So the next steps would, upon approval by your board, we'd transmit the amendments to the Coastal Commission. The Peninsula Community Services District and Troy Nicolini, who's the chair of their board, is available if you have any questions. They're preparing to finalize their grant applications to the Water Resources Control Board and also to USDA for additional grant funding. And upon getting the appropriate financing, the CSD would then submit an application for a coastal development permit to the county to construct the project. And if you have questions about the details of the amendments, I'm happy to respond. I understand that a comment was received about the requirement for whether or not there was a requirement for all existing structures to connect, and whether or not if structures don't connect, when and how would they connect? Would they be required to connect upon sale? It's my understanding that the district has the ability to establish rules relating to this, and Troy might want to respond to that if he's available. Other than that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right, thank you, John. And I know that whatever Troy did convey to Jen, it made a lot of sense. So if you can stop sharing your screen so I can see everybody, that'd be great. And I will say, Troy, did you want to add anything if you are on here? And I don't know if he is. Well, we won't worry about it yet. I think it might be one of the cell numbers. Does anyone have any questions for staff based on the report that was given? Supervisor Wilson.
Thank you, through the chair. Ask John Miller, or John Ford, whoever wants to answer. That technicality or question related to the hookup procedure for existing parcels or existing residences or structures is, I mean, are we just leaving it up to the potential for policy from the sewer district, from the services district, or are we in any way codifying that in this process?
That's a good question. The district is seeking 100% grant funding that would allow them to pay for the connection for the abandonment of the septic system, so that there would be no costs for the property owners. And the public outreach campaign that the district is putting together will make it clear to property owners in Fairhaven that it's in their best interest to connect. There will be no ability for the property owners to repair their systems. In Fairhaven, I think that there are between 5 and 10 repaired systems. And in those cases, property owners may have invested $10,000, $20,000 to repair their system, and they may want to maintain that system for as long as they think appropriate. The public outreach campaign may indicate to them that they're better off connecting now rather than paying a connection fee in the future. Looking at the state law, it appears that the CSD has the authority to make any rules regarding connection, whether it's at property transfer, at the time the system goes in, or some other time. I think that the district wants to garner support from the community, and that's why they are resisting to a certain degree, making it a mandate to connect. It's not uncommon. We've learned through the State Water Resources Control Board for a newly funded system through the state to not require that all properties connect.
Sorry, through the chair, if I may. So even if you're not requiring them to connect, if they're asking for funding to do this, then that funding would be limited in its time, right? I mean, so basically, you may not require someone to connect, but if you're going to connect for free, as opposed to wait till your system breaks or you need some repair, which you cannot get through a permit process that then requires you to hook up to the system, which then you have to pay for. So there is some mechanisms to encourage, virtually almost 100% hookup. I guess I appreciate that you guys have been talking to coastal staff on this. I can't imagine though, I mean, what we approved today is that it will make it through the next iteration of this process without tightening up some of those requirements. I can't imagine that the conditions for a CDP through the commission wouldn't require that, and I'm hoping that you guys are prepared to have those negotiations and discussions.
We had a meeting on this very topic with Regional Water Quality Control Board, Environmental Health, the CSD, and Coastal Commission staff, and I think they understood the position. They were going to go back, and I guess they're going to await the LCP in their hands and may request suggested modifications.
If you're interested, I mean, Troy is on. If you'd like for him to be unmuted, 5959, and this is the last four, Ryan, so you can unmute him, please. And we'll see if Troy has anything he wanted to add to that. Do we have him yet? All right, Troy, are you unmuted? There you are. Did you want to, yes, please do add whatever you have. And press *6 to unmute. There you go. Thank you. All right.
Hi there. Troy Nicolini with Peninsula Community Services District. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. I feel like John Miller and John Ford are covering it well, and Mike Wilson's comments are very valid. The only thing I would add is just to make sure that it's clear that the CSD fully intends to migrate the entire town towards connecting to the sewer system. That's certainly our long-term goal, and that from the standpoint of moving this forward, we're just trying to make it more palatable for the community in general, for the few folks who are really concerned about connecting immediately. But as John Miller said, the educational campaign will make it very clear that it's beneficial to hook up when the system goes in. So that's just all I want to add. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Troy. Any other questions from the board for staff at this time?
Through the chair, I have one more question. This one's for Troy. In terms of the concept of, offering, or potentially, hopefully offering for free hookup at the time of construction, what do you foresee as like the parameter to be the time of at the time of construction? Is that like 1 month after the thing starts to roll? Is it 1 year after it starts to? Do you have any prediction of what that might look like?
That's a great question. When the laterals would be placed in front of a property, that would be the time that they would be required to hook up. It would be cost prohibitive to go back a year later. Not cost prohibitive, but it would be less effective and efficient to go back and connect them, say, a month or a year later. So it would be at time of construction that they would be required to hook up during the first phase.
So really the agreement would be prior to the actual construction is what you're trying to
get.
Okay, all right, thanks for that. Yeah. I didn't think about that sequence properly, so thanks for that clarification.
Sure.
All right, are there any other questions at this time before we go to the public comment? All right, I am not seeing any, so we'll go to public comment, and help if I actually could find public comment here. We have two people whose hands are up, so we'll go on to them. The first one ends in 5288, and the other one, the next one is 3000. So whoever's got the number 5288, you can press *6 and unmute yourself.
Hello, Virginia. I'm on my alias number here. The other line's tied up. Yeah, Roy O'Connor will be really happy to have this project go through. He and I have been, that's the first thing I think I met him was regarding the protection of the freshwater lens out there. And of course, all kinds of people thought you were going to have a septic system that wasn't using the outfall. And of course, that didn't come to be. But I did have some questions for Troy a little bit. You know, having been in construction and done sewer systems before in subdivisions, aren't you going to, when you do this install here, at least stub out for all the laterals that may be anticipated to be required? It kind of makes sense to me. I would hope your project is designed that way. And the other questions I have, which will be pertinent to the people, how much does it currently cost, or would anticipated cost, let's say 1 month too late, be to hook up to your system? And what is your anticipated monthly charges to those people? That's going to tell you whether they're going to be willing and wisely willing to hook up to the system or not. So I had those basic 3 questions. I think if Troy was up to answering those, that would be appreciated. Congratulations on getting your project to this point. And I think, like Supervisor Wilson said, probably will be amended, just knowing the normal attitude of the Coastal Commission. But at least we got this far. So thank you for my opportunity to speak on that. And I'd kind of like to hear those answers or not. Thank you for my opportunity. Bye.
All right. Thank you, Kent. And we'll get through public comment first, and then we'll go back. And the next speaker is last 4 of 3000. So if you press *6 to unmute, there you go. Welcome.
Yes, this is Shiloh. I'm a landowner out there in Fairhaven, so this is pretty exciting for me. I'm just wondering if there is a timeline for this project.
Well, we can't answer that at this moment, but as soon as we go back to the board for discussion, we can get you that answer. Is that okay?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Shiloh. And I'll see one last time. Nobody else has their hand raised. So this time we will close the public comment portion of this hearing and return to staff and the board. And I know Supervisor Wilson, you have your hand up, but I'd like to give the opportunity for Troy to answer whatever he may have to offer to the questions that I believe were directed more in his direction. So Troy, there you go.
So regarding the cost, that's like a good question. Regarding stubbing out, we would stub out, but I'll also point out that during construction, we'll be doing horizontal boring. So connecting homes will be relatively cost effective. When they hook up after the fact, you know, a year or 2 down the line, it would be open trenching, which disrupts our property and driveways and such. So that's something to point out. I can't give exact cost numbers now. We have done some back of envelope calculations, and we are going to make the economic case to the community members for hooking up. In other words, we're going to price compare the cost to maintain a mound system, have it pumped, have it inspected over a 10-year period versus the cost of connecting to the sewer. The sewer will be free to connect to, but the cost of the monthly service fee for the sewer service. So we will have all those numbers for the community during our educational campaign. We just don't have them firmed up now, so it's not, I can't share them at this point, but we will get those. And then timeline, I'll let John Miller address that one. Thank you.
Thank you. John?
I think that, well, I think this is a Troy question, but I think that 2022, depending on how long it takes to go through the Coastal Commission, the funder, at least the State Water Resources Control Board, is raring to approve the funding. I think that the district is going after additional funding through USDA, but I think that the real time issue will be how quickly we can get the amendments certified. Troy, as far as the funding and construction, is that still in the 2022 time horizon?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and right. 2022. And from a timing standpoint, I will point out that, as was pointed out, Roy O'Connor, current staff with the Water Board have been supportive of solving this particular water quality problem for decades. They're all on the verge of retiring. I see this as a sort of a window of opportunity for this region to not only address the existing water quality problem, but as well as provide this infrastructure to support economic development on the peninsula. And this is a window of opportunity that I really would regret missing. I feel like with the retirement of some of these key staff members at the Water Board, our advocacy at that level will go away, and we'd have to start over from scratch. So I just want to share that point.
All right, thank you, Troy. Supervisor Wilson?
Yeah, and just in knowing, or having experienced residential development proposals within what we would consider sea level rise zones, and the potential for requests for building standards associated with that, and like we saw in, say, like King Salmon, where new development, I don't mean with regards to existing development, but with regards to new development, I would say it wouldn't be unusual for that there would be a request that an approval like this would come with some sort of building standards to mitigate or address future development, such as not non-living spaces on first floors, that sort of thing, as we've seen again out at King Salmon and other places. And so I just would ask that staff be prepared for those kinds of amendments, because statewide policy it's not just about Fairhaven. It goes all the way down to Hermosa Beach and beyond. And so I just want to make sure that we're prepared to try and as Troy says, try and get this done in a reasonable amount of time, so that we don't lose that momentum with the Water Quality Control Board.
Yes, John.
Yeah, and I went through the amendments really quickly. The policies relating to performance standards for sea level rise and tsunami hazards are make their way into a Q qualified overlay zone in Fairhaven in particular. Fairhaven is the area that the Coastal Commission was most concerned about, because that's the only area that's planned for residential development. There's legal lots there. So until the county has finished its planning related to sea level rise and tsunami inundation, it's been certified and integrated into the Humboldt Bay Area Plan. The applicants for new development would need to design their structures so that the first habitable floor is 4 feet above the projected tsunami inundation level, which is, I think it's about 30 feet. So the first habitable floor would have to be at about 34 feet, which is at least 20 feet above ground level in almost all instances. And the structures would need to be designed so that they are safe from catastrophic failure, which is almost designing structures as vertical evacuation areas. It's going to be, these are essentially interim performance standards, and we consider them to be almost infeasible, likely due to cost, for the foundation that you would need to construct in order to have a structure that's as safe as required for the tsunami inundation standards. So this is a current policy in the Humboldt Bay Area Plan that at this time is only applied to multifamily, and to satisfy the Coastal Commission, we're applying it to any new development in Fairhaven. In addition, they would need to plan, design, site the new development for sea level rise occurring throughout the economic life of the property, and they would need to design it to the greatest extent feasible to avoid ESHA. So we've been trying to get buy-off from the Coastal Commission on these standards, and we don't think that there's much more that can be added.
Okay, I mean, with that, I'm prepared to make a motion for staff recommendation, but after everybody else is. had their appeal.
I'm excited to see it move forward, so I'm all for it. Any other supervisors have a comment they'd like to add? All right, Supervisor Wilson, would you like to make your motion?
Sure, I move that we approve staff recommendation.
All right. Is there a second? I can second. Okay, Supervisor Bushnell, did you want a second?
I'll second.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion and a second. And Supervisor Wilson, your hand is still up, so I didn't know if you were done or if you had.
Sorry, on my screen I can't see that, so.
That's okay. All right, I don't see any other hands up or interest in commenting. So at this time, Ryan, would you please do a roll call vote?
Thank you, Chair. Supervisor Madrone? Supervisor Madrone?
Why don't we try the rest and come back to that?
Alrighty. Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn?
Yep.
Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
And one more time, Supervisor Madrone?
All right, we'll go with that. So Ryan?
So it can pass 4-0 with Supervisor Madrone absent.
Okay, and I did want to tell folks that are worried about a quorum, I do officially see the bodies of the supervisors and that they are on. Supervisor Madrone appears to not be on, but we did have a quorum, just to let everyone know that that was appropriate. So with that, we'll close that public hearing. And we're going to go to the next item, which is also from Planning and Building. And it's a public hearing on the Industrial Hemp Land Use Ordinance, case number PLN-2019-15590. And County Council Billingsley, did you still need to introduce this?
Yes, Chair. These two ordinance titles are paraphrased, so I will need to read them in their entirety. Before the board are two ordinances. The first one is an ordinance amending Title III, Division 1, Chapter 3 of Humboldt County Code, which extends a permanent moratorium on industrial hemp cultivation in the coastal zone. The second is an ordinance amending Title III, Division 1, Chapter 4 of Humboldt County Code, extending a permanent moratorium on industrial hemp in the inland parts of the county.
All right, thank you. I now open this public hearing and I'd like to go to staff for a report. Director Ford.
Thank you, Chair Bass. Again, John Ford with the Planning and Building Department. Joining me is Michael Richardson and Lana Adler, who will give us an overview of what, and also, Jeff Dolph with the Ag Commissioner will give an overview of what this proposed moratorium would do.
Division 1, Chapter 4 of Humboldt County Code, extending a permanent
Good afternoon. Thank you, John. My name is Lana Adler, and I'm the assigned planner on this project. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen here so I can start my PowerPoint.
Thank you, Chair Bass.
Yes, sir.
Michael Richardson, Lana
I
Adler,
heard my name. Was that you, Jeff?
and also Jeff Dolph with the Ag Commissioner.
I
Someone
can't.
needs to mute, Chair. Someone needs to mute their microphone.
Okay, I wasn't sure if someone was trying to talk or if they need to mute. Okay, everyone please mute unless you intended to have us hear you. Okay. Thank you.
Sure, no problem. So I wanted to just provide a brief staff report on the industrial hemp draft ordinance. And my staff report will include a background of the industrial hemp temporary moratorium, so actions from previous hearings, the completion of the small cultivator amendments, and the moratorium that is in place until May 10th, 2021. I'll provide a brief overview of the proposed draft ordinance and staff's recommendations on that. So in 2019, staff was directed to begin working on a draft industrial hemp ordinance. And as part of that effort, we conducted public hearings in April and May. And what we got out of those public hearings was kind of these two divergent views of expressed interest in industrial hemp for the emerging CBD market, particularly for small legacy cannabis farmers. But we also heard concerns of potential impacts on the cannabis industry in regard to cross-pollination, introduction of new pests and pathogens. So as a result of that effort, staff was directed to work on some draft amendments to the cannabis ordinance to ease the pathway for small farmers to navigate the permitting process. And what came out of that effort was a small cultivator amendment to the commercial cannabis land use ordinance that was adopted in October 6, 2020. And your board did extend the temporary moratorium on industrial hemp cultivation through May 10th, 2021. So as a result, we are working on a permanent ordinance that would, so before you today is a ordinance that would continue the prohibition on industrial hemp. So this continues that conservative approach. College of the Redwoods has reached out to our agricultural commissioner and expressed interest in cultivating industrial hemp for research and educational purposes. And as a result of that interest, staff included in the draft ordinance that went to the Planning Commission an allowance for CR to cultivate industrial hemp through a special permit process. We did receive comments from the Coastal Commission that suggested some changes in addressing some potential impacts on coastal resources. So we did provide the Planning Commission in January a supplemental packet of those comments from the Coastal Commission, and included in our presentation those recommended changes that the Coastal Commission provided. However, the Planning Commission, when they made their action, they voted to recommend approval of the draft industrial hemp ordinance without the Coastal Commission's suggested changes. So as a result, we're concerned if the board were to approve the coastal industrial hemp ordinance without the Coastal Commission's suggested changes, it may delay the review and certification beyond our May 10th temporary moratorium. And kind of as a side note, we cannot extend the moratorium any further than May 10th. We've reached our maximum allowance under the government code there. So because of this, what we're proposing in order to avoid potential coastal zone cultivation of industrial hemp is to go through a process in two steps with this ordinance. So what's before you today is basically our step one, which would be to adopt a clean ordinance banning industrial hemp cultivation and not include the exception for CR's cultivation at this time. And then our second step would be to follow with an updated industrial hemp ordinance that would have consideration and allow for the CR exemption for cultivation for educational and research purposes. So this two-step process would allow for review by the Coastal Commission of the second ordinance, and then following review and certification of the first ordinance that we drafted and took to the Planning Commission. So our recommendation is to take action on the clean ordinance banning industrial hemp cultivation without the exception for CR at this time. And that would allow staff to work on the Coastal Commission's comments and address any concerns that they have. And then staff would return back to the Planning Commission and the board with an updated industrial hemp ordinance that would allow for and include the allowance for CR to cultivate industrial hemp for their research and educational purposes. We also provided a supplemental packet to the board today. It includes two things. One of those are the Coastal Commission's comments that we've received since January's Planning Commission meeting. And the other item is a change in the definition that we're proposing for industrial hemp, just so that we can clarify that the minimum size of cultivation for industrial hemp is 1/10 of an acre. So we've added this to the definition, and what's highlighted and underlined is that change. So it cites the Food and Agricultural Code, and just so that it's very clear that we have a minimum cultivation size for industrial hemp. And that concludes my staff presentation. If there's any questions, we're happy to answer those. I've also I do have the industrial hemp ordinance document available if any of the board members would like to look any of the specific ordinance language. And Jeff is also, Commissioner Jeff Dolph is here too, so he might be able to help answer questions that might pertain to the agricultural side of this project. So thank you.
Through the chair.
Yes, go ahead. I was going to go get clarification first from Jeff, but Supervisor Bohn?
Okay. Is the whole CR campus in the Coastal Commission? Good thing we built it before they were formed, but anyway. Is the whole campus? I don't know. I'm asking John Ford or Jeff, I think.
Well, I have a map that I grabbed really quick before the meeting that I'd be happy to share, and it shows really where that the coastal zone line is.
I'm kind of thinking of the botanical gardens up there with all their variety, and if we're running everything they plant by the Coastal Commission.
Let's see here.
Because they've spent about $5-6 million up there.
I think I might have the wrong document open here. I'm sorry, bear with me just for a second.
Golden.
Find this this map. All right, here we go. Let me share this, and this might help. So the blue line there is where the coastal zone boundary is. So the majority of CR is in the coastal zone. There's just that portion to the east that's mostly wooded, that's really outside of the coastal zone boundary.
Okay.
All right. Sinead, Elena,
yeah.
You take that, please stop sharing the screen so I can see who actually wants to talk. And in the meantime, Director Dolph, did you have something you wanted to add? And if not, that's fine too.
There we go, that's better. I would just add that the level of interest expressed by proponents of industrial hemp cultivation has been very, very limited. To update you, currently there are still only 2 registrants who cultivate within the incorporated jurisdictions of Arcata and Rio Del currently. Statewide, 15 counties currently have moratoriums on industrial hemp. More counties around the state have put rules in place reflecting local concerns about industrial hemp cultivation. So when we talked about this a year ago, there were far more counties that actually had moratoriums in place. That number has gone down as they work out some of the local issues around cultivation of industrial hemp.
All right, thank you, Director Dahl. Yes, Director Ford?
Yeah, if I could add on to what Commissioner Dolph just mentioned, there are 15 counties with moratoriums, but there are 41 counties that have regulations addressing industrial hemp. So even if there's not an outright moratorium, there often are setbacks and permit requirements and other things that do severely regulate industrial hemp.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Wilson?
I would had my microphone off there. So my question is, I thought we had been moving towards this, the ordinance in the way that it is now, because the way the state law was made it pretty impractical to regulate. And so what is it that's, how are other counties regulating now versus when we first started this conversation, I guess is what I'm asking. And then if we are open to one special permit within an ordinance, would we not in the future be able to consider other special permits? So those are my two questions.
So if I could, I'll start the answer to that. I think in Humboldt's context, it would be very difficult to regulate through another permit process. You'll recall that that's where our public meetings began, and we actually identified opportunity zones and things, and there was a great amount of pushback to that. We tried to steer clear of the areas that are community plan areas. But unfortunately, ironically, our community plan areas are also the areas that would be suitable primarily for growing industrial hemp. And industrial hemp has many of the same impacts to be addressed that the cannabis plant does. So we have not done a thorough analysis of all 41. I just looked briefly at the chart that we have, and some of them have enhanced setbacks. Some of them have a permitting requirement. And so I'm not sure where they are going. A lot of the counties that allow industrial hemp are large, flat counties that have a lot of space to cultivate industrial hemp from a mechanized standpoint. So it's different than what we're talking about in Humboldt County.
The two leading counties, to tag on to John's point there, the two leading counties are Fresno and Riverside, which are precisely those large, flat counties. And to the first part of your question, Director Ford answered it, but I would reiterate that the mitigations that counties are putting in place are really similar to what Humboldt County has had to address with cannabis regulations. It's to mitigate for odors, it's to mitigate for, those aspects of the plants where you can have conflicts between neighbors. And so they're looking for setbacks, they're looking for ways to mitigate because of some of the more unpleasant aspects of living near or next to the cultivation of cannabis sativa.
All right, are there any other questions for staff this time? Not seeing any. We'll go on to public comment. And we have a couple of people signed up so far. Our first speaker has the last four digits of the phone number of 0566, 0566 followed by 7454. So if you are 0566, press *6 to unmute. There you go. Welcome.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. Thank you to the board and to Mr. Ford and Jeff Dolph. Thanks for everybody
being here to talk about this. I oppose the industrial hemp moratorium. I think it's a job killing bill, and it's really a job abortion bill because you're not even giving the industry a chance to build the jobs. Meanwhile, there's already 100+ jobs in Humboldt that rely on hemp-derived CBD and hemp-derived cannabinoids. We're importing most of that, almost all of it, from Oregon and other states, losing money. Tragically, businesses that have started here that make hemp-derived products are moving to Oregon and other places because they can't function or operate here. So we're losing money in multiple ways, robbing our community members of the opportunity to create jobs and make money for themselves. In past discussions, it's been talked about how little the hemp is worth. Meanwhile, there's a national industry growing, and hemp flower prices were very elevated this last year. So people were fetching handsome prices for their hemp. And while I'm at it, that's not the government's job to decide whether some money is good enough. I can go chop firewood for $10 an hour or $100 a day if that suits my lifestyle. The pollen risk and the potential for pathogens and pests, while it exists, is minimal under the workshop draft rules. It states female clone and feminized seed, high cannabinoid hemp only. And all those farmers would have the same incentive to kill any male or hermaphrodite plants that any cannabis farmer would. Meanwhile, we already have exogenous pollination problems coming from the larger cannabis farms in the area who are growing unstable varieties that are meant for indoor production. It's not the government's job to redefine hemp and say it's only field grown, amended, not in a greenhouse, not indoor. Hemp is a plant. It's defined as a cannabis plant with less than 0.3% THC. Doesn't matter how it's grown, that's what it is. The argument that hemp can be grown on licensed cannabis farms is disingenuous because that hemp, that CBD cannabis, cannot be sold by the farmers. It has to be sold into the distribution channel, into licensed distribution, and sold in dispensaries just in California. That doesn't do the same thing as being able to directly sell via a website or a farmer's market. That's just putting more middlemen in there. Has the county staff done an analysis of the economic benefit of a hemp industry in Humboldt? How much tax revenue could be generated from this activity? How many ancillary businesses stand to be stimulated by the sales of materials and fertilizers and all that?
All right.
I think we need to go back. We need to go back and start over on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Thanks for calling. And 7454 is next. That would be Kent.
Well, I kind of will pick up where the prior speaker left off. I really think that you're kind of not looking at what would be a feasible market here. I've felt that all along. I'm currently using. I will have a question for Jeff Dolph or John Ford or somebody here, and I'll direct that at this time. So my understanding is that if you have less than 1/10 of an acre, it's not industrial hemp, and so it does not require a permit. Therefore, and that's what I believe. And maybe I'm putting the wrong 2 and 2 together, or whatever. Or maybe it's not equaling 4. That's what I believe I heard. So 1/10 of an acre, which must be you can grow 4,000 square foot of it and just do it. So I've been have a long time with the angst regarding that this couldn't have been coexisting. It's just so easy for some people to throw out a portion of a baby with the water all the time. And I've supported the medicine part of this product. But it looks like Humboldt County has made their decision. You probably will go forward with this. Again, the definition of 2 different products, I think, was never really clarified so that someone did the right practices. They could grow strictly for flower, feminized seed, weed out the males, and do it just as productively. It was interesting to hear that. I can't believe Los Angeles, they're trying to mitigate setbacks and things because of undesirable effects of sativa. That's news to me that some people find that smell offensive. But I guess maybe I've been in California or in Humboldt County a little too long. That was not speaking truly what my opinion was regarding both of those topics. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on what apparently is a lost battle.
All right, thank you, Kent. Our next two speakers, the first one ends in 2912, and our following speaker will be 1372. So 2912, if you and for those of you who might not be regular viewers of our meetings, we do have a 3-minute time limit that is pretty strict. So just to be aware, if when you hear a beep, start wrapping it up quickly. All right, so 2912, go ahead and welcome.
Thank you, supervisors and staff. My name is Ross Gordon. I'm policy director with Humboldt County Growers Alliance. HCGA supports the staff recommendations that are before you to place a permanent moratorium on industrial hemp in Humboldt. We think the reasons stated in the staff report are accurate, including concerns about cross-pollination and introductions of pests and pathogens, which would pose a significant risk to Humboldt's cannabis industry. We want to emphasize as part of this discussion that this is not a new or spur of the moment decision. These staff recommendations are the outcome of over 2 years of discussion and public process that began with the hemp moratorium that was passed in 2018 and was continued in 2019 with several town halls and community discussions, as well as several hearings at the Planning Commission and Board of Supervisors, at which many cannabis farmers attended and explained the many risks that industrial hemp poses to the cannabis industry here. These are not theoretical risks. These are based on observed outcomes in places like Southern Oregon and places like Pueblo, Colorado, and Washington State, where there have been really serious impacts and issues for the cannabis industry as a consequence of hemp cultivation. There's a lot of nuance to these issues. Just as one example of the nuance, which I think is often lost, there's often a claim that if only hemp is feminized, then there won't be an issue of cross-pollination. And what we've seen in these other areas is that because hemp genetics are almost universally extremely unstable, and because hemp cultivation often occurs on really vast scales, much faster than cannabis. For example, there's about 420 acres of cannabis in Humboldt and about 6,000 acres of hemp in Kern County. Those two factors mean that cross-pollination continues to be a major concern, even with theoretically feminized hemp products. The fact that this is a product that's normally grown on an industrial scale means that in our view, it's inappropriate for Humboldt County. We have a world-renowned cannabis industry. We have the highest density of cannabis farms anywhere in likely North America and perhaps the world. Protecting that industry should be our top priority. If there are ways to improve the cannabis ordinance, that in our view should be the priority. And the last aspect of this, which I think has been mentioned so far, is the environmental aspect. And we have, many years of discussion at this board, as well as numerous state regulations on things like pesticides and water use, which are applicable to cannabis, but not applicable to the same plant in hemp. And considering the potential impacts of the cannabis industry, those environmental concerns, and a range of other considerations with hemp, which we provided to you in writing, we are strongly supportive of the staff recommendation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ross. And our next speaker has the last 4 digits of 1372. Press *9 and *6 to be unmuted. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Mark Switzer. Our family was the first people to apply for a permit in Humboldt County. We have been and are currently growing strains that would be considered hemp under the hemp ordinance. We're growing them as cannabis. I think Benjamin gave a lot of the reasons why it's not practical for us to do that. As far as Mr. Wilson, as far as your question about other counties, Mendocino County does have a pilot program for licensed farms to be able to grow some hemp in the 2021 season. If you want to ask me a question, I have it pulled up on my computer. It's kind of weird that you're saying that if you're growing hemp under your cannabis permits, it's okay and it's not going to pollinate. But if but you can't otherwise, that doesn't even make any sense. But it seems like if you're going to open it up for CR, there should be some room to open it up for people to do small scale production. I'm no fan at all of industrial hemp in Humboldt County. It really has no place. It should be kept under 5,000 square feet minimum. And I've always said that, and I believe that. I don't believe that large-scale production is helpful. There's already a pollination problem. If you go to any place that rolls pre-roll joints in this county, they have bags of seeds sitting around from the cannabis crops. I've seen it personally. You should take a little time out and go look, do some research. I think we're missing a really good opportunity here. Some of the best genetics in the world have been started here in Humboldt County. I can't remember the name of the one on CNN. That strain was Ringo's Gift, Charlotte's Web, and it was renamed under another company and taken away from us. So we're really, really missing the point here. Nobody's saying we want to grow industrial hemp, I don't think, in this county. I don't see 50 people piling at the door trying to get in here to get licenses. I think you have a handful of people that are interested in providing high quality flowers. We have no interest in seed. In fact, I had a problem with my seed getting seeded from my neighbor last year with their cannabis seeds. So those genetics are shot. So the problem is not, it's a scale problem. It's not a problem of whether we can grow two different strains side by side. We would be growing it right next to our OG and our sour diesel, and we've never had an issue. So I really hope you take another look at this, and I would hope you'd consider adding into the language with the CR to look at ways that it could be mitigated. I would be happy to give up our half-acre permit just to grow 4,000 square feet of hemp on my licensed farm that's already gone through all the CEQA reviews and follow all the same rules, and I don't even mind paying some taxes.
Thank you very much, Mark.
Thank you.
Thanks for calling in. All right. We have two more speakers to line up. The first one will be 8416, and that will be followed by 9072. So if you are the number 8416, press *6 to unmute.
Hello. Yeah, this is Sunshine Johnston here from Humboldt Grown, and I think it would be a big mistake to ban hemp and to just go from one prohibition to another. This is, I think you've heard quite a bit about CBD as a medicine. We could be a premier growing region for medicinal CBD, and there's a lot of people that desire good medicine. And along with that, there's probably concerns, I would imagine, that with large scale hemp farming that you're gonna have perhaps someone may try and throw in a little THC in there for some reason or another. We don't know why. The ag department can go in and test the field to make sure that testing equipment is getting better and better for that. Shouldn't be a problem. And also the quality standards behind our CBD production could also be even higher than our THC in terms of how we manufacture it. And because we're talking about people that are primarily looking at this for medicine, the quality of that medicine matters deeply to them, and we can provide that here. And so please do not ban this. Please do more research before you make a decision like this. Thank you.
Thank you, Sunshine. So our next two speakers in order would be number 9072, followed by 5375. So if you're 9072, it is your turn, and press *6 to unmute.
Hey folks, can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
I appreciate all your time. It's been a long day. My name is Riley Morrison. I'm a licensed cultivator at Willow Creek. I want to support the staff recommendation to ban industrial hemp in Humboldt County. I just want to bring up the points that have been echoed by Ross and other folks that, we have a high-end product industry being THC cannabis. I want to, support that. I want to support the farmers who have worked hard to be that industry here in Humboldt County. Hemp is a large-scale commodification of this plant. To assume that the best-case scenario operator is going to come in and grow hemp with limited environmental regulations and a very paper thin ag department to manage it, I really think is short-sighted. I do not see how industrial hemp or even smokable hemp really even holds a marketplace that would help a small farmer under 1 acre. The hemp market has completely bottomed out. Anyone who assumes that this is a small farmer's game is looking into a pipe dream. This is meant for big ag, large cultivation, acreage, and I don't think it has the place here in Humboldt. So I just want to reiterate, please know that this cannabis cultivator and stakeholder would like to see a moratorium on hemp so that we can secure the industry that we are working so hard to survive within. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for calling. So our next speaker has the last 4 digits of 5375, and that will be followed by 4205. So,
hello.
Hi, welcome.
Hi, thank you. Hi, this is Lindsay Jones again. Just a reminder, my husband and I own and run Aloha Humboldt, and I also am a secretary of the Willow Creek Cannabis Alliance. And I support the permanent moratorium of hemp in Humboldt County. As Ross and Riley mentioned, there has been extensive public outreach meetings and public comment around this issue for years. And, all of this comment has resulted in staff recommendations. And, especially with Sunshine's comment, the topic of hemp is a difficult one. Because I believe in the healing power and the potential that cannabis and hemp have. But at the same time, I'm very concerned with the many issues that are arising when a craft cannabis farm is faced with the realities of industrial scale operations of hemp in our space. Not even the questionable intentions of some hemp farmers. Thinking back to the era of Prop 215, I see the potential for people to come in and cultivate commercial cannabis under the guise of hemp cultivation permits.
Thank you, Lindsay. Thank you for commenting. Okay, we have a couple more. If you're interested to make comment on this item and you're listening to us, feel free to raise your hand now so that we know how many of you may want to talk. So the next speaker is number 4205, followed by 7847. So 4205.
Yeah, hello.
Hi.
This is Sarah Bolster. I was just calling to request that the board and staff take a little more time to look at the research component to this ordinance. I see how, if you take the clean approach, you're completely including prohibition for any potential change to the federal and international regulation of hemp. I mean, with the Farm Bill and the Prop 264 in 2016, lots of different universities have spearheaded a lot of research, and the ability for Humboldt County that has, skills and cultivars available here. We've already missed the boat in 3 years of the ban, and we're looking at losing our ability to keep our namesake, which we've already identified as the appellation of Humboldt County, providing a good marketing strategy. And, we needed to have more questions and answers based on this that we can not answer out of strictly commercial cultivation. I mean, we have a few people who are profiting off of this, and we need to allow for this plant back on our landscape. Be wonderful if it could be, looked at through research, science, the agricultural department. We need some, government oversight on how this is done. And so having it in planning and building is not allowing this crop to flourish on this landscape. And so I'm concerned about, how we can ensure that not only CR, but other established research institutions might be able to have an opportunity to look at this plant here in Humboldt County. And I just want to encourage you to, really consider the long-term implications of, more prohibition on this plant that we already know the community in general supports having this here. And so, you know, we need to look at the issues of, you know, what is industrial cannabis. And I hope that we can continue to address that potentially with, you know, the help of the Ag Department. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Our next speaker has the last 4 digits of 7847 followed by 3614. So welcome 7847. Just press *6 to unmute.
Hi, my name is Laura Barusas, and I am a cannabis permit holder in Maple Creek. I am asking you to uphold the moratorium on hemp. I think, as many people have iterated, it would be really devastating to the cannabis community here, especially to outdoor farmers and people that are really concerned about pollen. It would be really devastating to our brand in Humboldt for cannabis. And I also think that it is a large acreage crop that is going to be extremely profitable in a landscape more suited for large acreage cultivation. And we need to protect, you know, the industry that we're cultivating here now. I really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. The next speaker ends in 3614 followed by 1985. So 3614, welcome. Yeah, just press *6 to unmute yourself, and a reminder that there's a 3-minute limit. Right. There you go.
Hi there.
Welcome.
Great. Thank you. Thanks so much for having me. This is Drew Barber with East Mill Creek Farms. Yeah, I definitely support the ban on hemp. It's kind of hard and frustrating to have this continuously come up over and over again. Just the benefits for this, for our county, countywide, the benefits for having hemp cultivated here I don't see that they exist. It's not a market that we can compete in, both in terms of geography, but also in terms of access to labor. We've put so much in at this point, so many hours and hours into figuring out how to regulate cannabis. We're still learning how to regulate cannabis. The hemp conversation just throws a giant monkey wrench into that whole project. It's been great that the Board of Supervisors has so far banned it, and I encourage them to continue to do so. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Sue. And before we go to what is currently the last hand up, if anyone else is interested to call in, you should call in right now, because once okay, there's 2 speakers now. After this next speaker, I will cut it off if there's next 2 speakers, if there's no one else. So this speaker up next is 1985. Welcome. Press *6 if that's to unmute. All right, no. All right, 1985. If you want to speak, press *6. Okay, we're going to move on to the next person, and we'll come back. The person ending in the phone number is 6228. Welcome, and press *6 to unmute.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Madeline DeLapp, Humboldt County Growers Alliance. I would also just like to second the moratorium and remind listeners that last year the county adopted the less than 2,000 square foot cultivation under the commercial cannabis land use ordinance. To date, I do not believe that there have been any applicants that have submitted for the less than 2,000 square foot possibility, but this really is one of the best places where, if people want to cultivate low THC cannabis products and CBD products, they can do so through our existing land use ordinance that has a streamlined permitting feature. It is below the water board's water board order and will most likely very much limit the costs and the burdens and hurdles that many people have described in being able to access the cannabis market. And then the last part is that our local manufacturers within Humboldt County can process hemp if they keep it separate from their cannabis processing. So we do have the opportunity for people to grow low THC hemp-like products that fall into the cannabis marketplace where they're paying taxes, following the law, and participating in the licensed cannabis supply chain. Thank you.
Thank you, Madeline. And again, we'll go try, well, first I see Ryan came on. Ryan,
Chair, I believe we may have the last one.
Okay.
590 as well. There was quite a few people coming in as we were trying to unmute people, and so I will unmute them as well after this caller.
Okay, thank you. Welcome 1985. Oh. Ryan, where'd they go?
It looks like they dropped off the meeting.
Okay.
I'll try to unmute 5390 because I believe they had their hand up as well.
All right. I'm not seeing it pop up on here. So
they look like they're unmuted.
Okay. Welcome.
Yeah. Hi. How's it going? Hey, can you hear me?
Yes. Thank you.
Hi. This is Dave Dickinson. You've heard all the arguments. I'm not going to just rehash them for you, but I'd just like you to continue to maintain the ban, continue to maintain the moratorium. And I don't want to take up more of your time. I'll let other people speak. I just want to put that in there. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dave. And I'm not seeing any more with their hands up. Oh, where one more just popped up. All right. So.
Hello.
Hi. Are you number 1985?
This is White Wolf Switzer, Allowability Farm. I believe we're one of the first people from Southern Humboldt to talk. I want to congratulate Humboldt Sun Growers Guild on an excellent job of lobbying Northern Humboldt. Please
we can't, excuse me, we can't. Hey, Daniel.
We're all very close here.
Hey, Daniel.
There is no difference between.
Can anyone? Daniel, we don't hear you very well. Do you want to maybe stand in a specific location? I mean, we can't hear you. We want to hear what you're saying. So say something now so to see if we've got, can actually hear you.
They'll need the phone number ending in 1985. They'll need to press *6 on their keypad again to unmute themselves.
Okay.
And I've prompted them to do so.
Okay, thank you. So 1985.
Hello, can you hear now?
Yes, much better. Except for it sounds like there's an echo.
This is White Wolf Switzer, Palo Verde Farms from Southern Humboldt. I believe we're one of the first people from Southern Humboldt to speak, and I do resonate with all the issues of the people from Humboldt Guild, and I congratulate them on an excellent job of lobbying. We're not that organized down here, but we are growers, and please do not apply the standards and your fears that you have to us. We would propose a maximum amount of area, small grows, to grow hemp oils for medicinal use. My motivation is very, very strong. My granddaughter has epilepsy. We have grown it for her, and it works. When she went to the co-op and bought a Humboldt brand, and we all know it's not grown here, it's grown in Oregon. It lays in fields, it rots, it has pesticides in it. And when she used that, she got sick, and that's dangerous. I want medicine for people. This is the life and death of my family. I'm not doing this for money. And when we did it under our license, we could not compete with the people that don't pay the cannabis tax. come across the border, go to our Department of Agriculture and had it stamped. Please give us the opportunity to one, grow medicine. There's many people out here who would do it, and there's small timers that would do it. We can do it. It is very reasonable. There is no difference between cannabis and hemp. It's an arbitrary intellectual construct. It's like beer and near beer, 0.3% less of THC. I grew for my granddaughter and I produced a hemp oil that had 11 cannabinoids in it at 0.25%, and it works. And I have an incredible demand for it, but I can't grow it legally. And I want to for people that need it. I'm really, really passionate about this. And one last thing, and this is very personal. January 6th, I left the party of my ancestors because I believe in law and I believe in order. And yes, I will cross the boundary if I feel that strongly about it. But I would love to be legal federally. And that's very important to me. Very, very, and I want to leave that legacy to my family. And I'm speaking as the elder of the very first farm that became legal in Humboldt County, Tallaberry Farms. We were there at 4 a.m. on the day the planning department opened. The next one's got there at 4:20. Good try. Anyway, I wish everyone well, and I apologize for the intensity of what I say. I love the cannabis business, and I love Humboldt Sun Growers Co. We do business together. I love all the other growers, but please don't shut us out. Don't stamp us down.
Thank you so much.
Don't cut us out.
All right. Thank you.
Give us
thank you very much. So we do have another speaker, and I believe that is numbers ending in 1112. So if you're 1112, it is your turn. And press *6 to unmute. Again, oh, there you go. There you go. Welcome.
Hey, can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's great.
Hey, this is Scott Bauer, Department of Fish and Wildlife. We've commented before on hemp, and throughout the state, we've been regulating it the same way as cannabis. So we still believe that it should be regulated the same way. It still has, water use. It has, all the things that go along with cannabis. And one of the things I want to bring up, though, is what we're seeing in other areas of the state are people trying to game the system, alleging they're growing hemp and they're actually growing, cannabis with THC. So it's a challenge to regulate, to enforce, and that makes it, frankly harder for you all to regulate it, to try and figure out what people are actually doing, whether they're growing hemp or cannabis. And so we just like to say, regulate the same way, but, understand that it'll be a challenge to regulate, given they're so close, and look and whatnot. So thank you for that.
All right. Well, thank you, Councilmember Bauer, for calling in. And there are no other hands up, so we are going to close the public comment portion of this hearing. And I'm sorry, I just closed it, and so we are moving on to the board. And at this time, I'd like to see if staff first wants to weigh in on any questions that you want to answer, anything you want to add, and then Supervisor Bushnell will be the first one to speak on over the board members.
Chair Bass, I would respond to Mr. Sawatsky's comment about cultivation size limits. There is no personal grow allowance in state law for industrial hemp. Therefore, if you're going to cultivate, you can only cultivate a minimum of 1/10 of an acre. And also, if you're a cultivator, you have to be registered with the Agricultural Commissioner's Office, and you have to provide all of the information that's required under that registration.
All right, thank you. Anything you wanted to add, Director Ford?
No, thank you, Commissioner Dolph. That was, I think, the most important thing to really address, is that one of the limitations that we have with industrial hemp to fall under the exemptions of state law is that it has to be 1/10 of an acre.
All right, thank you. So now we'll go to the board for any questions, and Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. Director Ford, you're not, we're talking about industrial hemp, so you're not restricted on your personal use, correct?
So it is still fundamentally a cannabis plant. People who want to grow cannabis, whether it's high in CBD or high in THC for their own personal use, can still do that under the personal provisions. We don't want to forget that the original cannabis ordinance that was adopted was medical marijuana. And so cannabis of all forms and varieties can be grown under that.
Thank you for that. Second question, would there be a restriction? I guess it wouldn't be a restriction, but if they applied for their 2,000 square feet, they could grow hemp in their 2,000 square feet?
They could grow high CBD, low THC in the 2,000 square feet, yes.
And that's through the 2,000 square feet ordinance. That's a much simpler process and less expensive than the conventional cannabis permitting. Am I correct or not?
You are correct in that. That was the primary objective of developing the small grower revisions or amendments.
My last question, and thank you for the answers. Permanent, I want to clarify, never can be brought back or could be brought back?
The board always has discretion to change things.
Thank you for that, Director Ford.
Any other supervisors have questions? Supervisor Bohn?
Yeah, I think point of clarification, before they, and I'm surely not building up Oregon here, but before they send it down here, because I talked to a manufacturer yesterday about this, who buys quite a bit from flower, CBD, hemp flower from Oregon. He's paying between 100 and 125 per pound for biomass. It is tested by the state for the THC levels, and it's also tested for pesticides, again, before they can bring it across the border as an agricultural product and sell it here. So it's not laying out in the field in a bath of pesticides. They have the same high standards. And then when it gets down here to be made, the same high standards before you put it in the package, just like you would do your post toasties, I guess, are still have to be met. So I think we need to keep it in context. And from what I understand, there's quite a glut on the market right now. So.
Thank you, Supervisor Bohn. Supervisor Bushnell?
I'm sorry, Director Ford, I have one more question. So this moratorium is for growing. It does not include retail, correct?
That is correct. Actually, it's only for growing. It does not include processing, distribution, or retail.
Thank you.
And Supervisor Wilson?
Thank you, through the chair. Director Ford, I mean, one of the issues that we're coming upon right now is really just a timing perspective. I mean, if we don't do the ban in its current context, we really run into the possibility of just zero regulation. So that's why I was asking at the beginning of this, there is no, or there does seem to be some counties actually seeking some regulation. There was even some comments about some folks willing to accept regulation in the spectrum. There was some folks that just ban everything and then ban nothing, and then there was some regulation associated with some at least one or two comments associated with some regulation. What we're proposing today, and correct me if I'm wrong, is really the ban in the current context, and then coming back in a future date to discuss a special permit related to CR, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. And in that discussion with relationship to that special permit for CR, is it possible that we might consider extreme, in a limited like potential for an additional 1 or 2 special permits associated with maybe a nonprofit or other research organization, or some parameters that we might even discuss at that time. Not necessarily that it's, that it comes back for the CR permit, but that we, that does open up to us some form of regulation that we hadn't really discussed before in terms of that, because part of the problem, I think, is by not moving forward the ban today, of course, all of the concerns with relationship to pollen and all these other, and just even, quite frankly, the cultural, manifestations that we've talked about in terms of setbacks and smell and all the things that, all of our special districts get, really up in arms about. And we would just see an explosion of concerns from constituents at every corner of the county, really, if we don't move forward with a ban today. I could see it happening. But nonetheless, it seems like the conversation of a special permit does open up something of an avenue for special permits, meaning regulated, fee-oriented, because you'd have to, in order to regulate, you got to pay for that, for that service. And so I think that there might be a pathway started here. We're not going to deliberate on it too much today, but I feel like there's something there. Although I have to say that it is interesting that the comment related to the 2,000 square feet, does open up because it is a quasi-regulated, it is regulated still, even at the 2,000 square foot. It might be easier in some regards, or there might be some streamlining associated with it, but it's still a regulated situation nonetheless. Those are my comments with relationship to this. I am supportive of the staff recommendations as they are right now, but I would like to hopefully that at least when we come back to discuss the special permit for CR, that there is minimally some discussion about what that might open up for us in terms of additional special permits in the future, and how we might, and maybe even there's like a special permit process that's created out of that potentially. Those are my comments for now.
Great. Thank you. And Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good discussion. Appreciate all the public comment. A couple of things. Yes, medical needs are important, and I certainly sympathize strongly with wanting to be able to have high quality CBD produced for people. And I'll talk about what I believe are a lot of options to be able to do that. But as we all know, one has to be careful with your male plants, no matter what you're doing, if you're trying to create consumia or seedless cannabis, or even seedless CBD for the flower. And so that's always been the case. And people do grow male plants in order to do their genetics. They're growing their mother plants, et cetera, and all that. But people are generally pretty darn careful with it, unless they're trying to pollinate their neighbor. And then there are lots of stories out there where people go shake a male plant at the fence line or whatever. But, we can't regulate bad behavior. That's just something that hopefully people in the community are being careful with their male plants, because that matters. The other thing I'll say is, with CR and HSU, I'm glad that we're creating an option for some research. Where they do that research matters. For instance, CR, I don't know, maybe they'd be doing it up in the botanical garden or maybe somewhere else. But I know for HSU, they have a large property out in the Maple Creek area that is a tree farm and has some meadows. And gosh, they might consider doing that there. Well, that'd be a horrible location to do a large industrial hemp farm with potential males, because there's a significant amount of cannabis cultivators in the area. So I don't see HSU on here right now. And my understanding and communicating with the department was they just were not responsive as to any current desire for them to do research. Is that correct, John? I see you nodding your head, so take that as a yes. So I just wanted to mention that where it happens, that matters, right? So, and then, how do we get this supply in our community? Well, I see a lot of avenues to actually continue to grow CBD. as was asked and answered for Supervisor Bushnell, the personal use is the first part. And so, if you've got over 5 acres, you can grow 400 square feet of cannabis without any permits, without any taxes, with nothing. You can just do it for personal use. 400 square feet. I remember back in the day where a 400 square foot garden was the standard, in Humboldt County, all over Southern Humboldt. That nobody was growing 10,000 square feet. They were 200 and 400 square foot gardens, and they seemingly provided, for people. So at any rate, that's there. If you got 1 to 5 acres, I believe you can do 200 square feet now. And I forget, John, what is it if you're under 1 acre? Can you still is there a canopy?
It's 100 square feet.
100 square feet for under an acre, 200 square feet for 1 to 5 acres, and 400 square feet for over 5 acres. And I want to remind folks that that's canopy. That's not the perimeter of your fence around your garden, which is the way that the area is calculated under the cannabis ordinances. It's cultivation area. In this case, personal use is canopy. That's a significant number of plants, and you could have CBD plants in there. You could have THC plants. So there's a lot of room, folks, there. And that was developed, as an incentive for personal use. We heard the community, and staff have worked really hard with the board to try and create those avenues. So that's one of them. The other one is we still have state law, which allows for 6 plants per adult, no matter where you're living, I believe, right, John? I mean, you could be in an apartment and have 6 plants on your balcony or not.
6 plants per residential unit.
Okay, so if you got an apartment, you could have 6 plants on your balcony. They could be all CBD plants for your own medicine. And there's a guy that's been handing out CBD seeds at the courthouse for quite a long time. So, it's out there. You can get some seeds. You can grow your own for medicine, right? So lots of avenues. And then there's the 2,000 square foot small farmer that Supervisor Bushnell brought up. And that is another great avenue. And I'm a little surprised people haven't been coming in and applying for that. And I think it's because people have a fear that when they apply, their non-code building, their house, is somehow all of a sudden going to become part of the issue. And so I asked some questions and confirmed that, what we're looking for with this 2,000 square foot farmer is that you're collecting rainwater, you're doing storage and forbearance, you're not pulling water from the creeks or the wells or the springs in the summer. So you got to collect your rainwater. It's in your curtilage, so that's somewhere near your home. And it's not in a streamside management area. So there's a number of little pieces that you got to be adhering to. And so if the house is non-code, but the house has nothing to do with the cultivation or the grow, then we're not looking at that house when we come to permit the 2,000 square feet. We're looking at, are you meeting the requirements for the small farmer, et cetera. Now, and then there's also the safe home program if people really do want to try and come forward and get their houses permitted. So again, please, apply for that 2,000 square foot small farmer, grow your CBD if that's what you would like. That's a significant farm at much less cost to get permitted. Yes, you still have a tax and other things. So I just think that there are lots of opportunities to grow the medicine and make it happen. And I encourage people to seek out those options and move it forward. And I want to thank staff and the community for engaging in a very vibrant conversation for the last 2 years around a difficult conversation. And I think we've come up with a reasonably good compromise. It's not a ban. It's a ban on industrial hemp. You can still grow hemp, and I've just explained all the various avenues that you can do that in. Thank you, staff, for all your hard work.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Madrone. I don't see any other questions. Is there a board member who would like to make a motion that we adopt the clean ordinance and come back at another time with the other piece?
I'll make the motion.
Okay, there's a motion by Supervisor Wilson of staff recommendation. Supervisor Bohn, did you?
I'll second it for discussion.
Okay.
Just so you know, Humboldt has not looked into this. We talked with them. I have met with CR multiple times and with Agricultural Commissioner Dolph about this. They were actually looking at their 40-acre farm that's very successful for them in Shively, but the reason they ended up out at the flats is because there are permitted grows out in the next to the farm in Shively. So there was that concern. So they took that upon themselves, even though that's their agriculture arm, they still have a branch here. And it was basically to mimic, you know, so we could have cultivars, trimmers, the whole 9 yards, just to find it, but maybe learn a little bit so we could provide, you know, so workers could be provided for the industry. So that's how it ended up out at CR. So because they didn't want to take it to they have a 40-acre farm at Shively. So that was kind of a long conversation we had with them. So I second this because, as Supervisor Madrone said, there's lots of options out there, and we're 4 months into this 2,000 square foot one, and I don't know why, because I was under the understanding there were so many people lined up that I don't know why they haven't done that. I think we need to do our homework or get that word out there a little bit better.
All right, yes, Director Ford.
I just want to clarify that since Supervisor Wilson made the motion, that motion includes the staff recommendation for the clean ordinance, but also to come back with some discussion points on limited licenses for nonprofits or other ways of looking at small program related opportunities to cultivate hemp.
And just to be more specific, if we're bringing back an ordinance or an ordinance amendment associated with a special permit related to CR, that we look at the potential for what additional special permits might look like. And I really wanted to couch it into that space. I really wasn't looking for some broad programmatic solution. I was just hoping that, you know, I don't want it to be, how I say this, if we've already created the mechanism for CR to do that, and you've done all that work, then I want to just make sure that that can be applied in a more streamlined way to other places, assuming with all the same protections to either educational or nonprofit organizations.
As a second, we just say educational, government-related educational, because if you're going to throw nonprofits, anybody, I mean, you're going to open the door to churches or people that think they're churches and all sorts of different things. I don't know how wide you want to open this. I don't know how many more people are going to want to.
Again, my intent is that, you know, it'd be extremely limited special permit process. So I don't, you know, I think nonprofits would be fine in that, so long as the mission is aligned with the intent of you know, what one would be doing for growing CBD.
Can I, Ryan, do you need something stated a little more clearly? Or?
Yeah, we definitely need something. We need clarification to the motion. I need the point. Because what I heard initially is that we were adopting staff recommendations. So we were adopting these two ordinances, we were adopting these resolutions within this attachment. Is that not what we're doing?
No.
Isn't it?
Okay, that's not staff recommendations then.
So,
recommendation is.
Okay, John, does that work? I was trying to think, I couldn't figure out, does the staff recommendation have the clean ordinance? Because that seems like
the staff recommendation is the clean ordinance.
Okay,
yes.
Good. Thank you. I just, my eyes are.
The staff recommendation is absolutely the basis, I think, for the motion.
Okay.
There's a trailer on the motion to look at when we come back to amend the ordinance for CR, to look at other similar circumstances related to educational, government, or nonprofit organizations for a similar special permit process.
Not without being too specific, I just, again, you know, I'll just state for the record, it doesn't have to be in the motion that, you know, it would be assumed a nonprofit would be, this would be in their, what they do, you know, so this would be in their arena. Stated mission.
I've got a problem.
Wait, oh, okay.
I'll put my second, because I've got a problem with the nonprofit unless you add on for non-commercial purposes only. So none of this product can be sold. I mean, if this is just for research, I mean, Genentech doesn't sell, hey, we got seconds here. What do you guys want to buy? I'm just saying, if it's strictly for research and education, then I don't want to see it turning in. I'm just saying it can be taken advantage of quite a bit. I think if you leave it that wide open.
Non-commercial purposes, fine. That I think that'll be.
Right.
Okay, Supervisor Madrone.
I just wanted to clarify a statement I made earlier about if you live in an apartment, you could put 6 plants on your balcony or 6 plants per residence. I am not suggesting that you can do that without the permission of the landowner, right? So if you own property, you can put 6 plants on your property. If you're renting, it has to be with the permission of the landlord or the owner. So I just wanted to clarify so we don't suddenly have people saying, well, Supervisor Madrone said I can have 6 plants on my balcony in my apartment. So just wanted to clarify, and I'm fine with the motion as amended. So.
Thank you, Supervisor Madrone. I'll go back to Ryan saying, do you feel confident that you've caught the motion?
I just always, once we have discussion, I really appreciate it if Director Ford can just summarize what he's heard. That way everyone understands what is being approved and what is coming back. My understanding is that we're approving these staff recommendations. So these ordinances will be drafted. These resolutions will be drafted. We will be signing them. We will be sending in publication requests. And then Director Ford, if you want to just summarize the additional piece of what's coming back, that'd be wonderful. And we can include that in the action summary as well.
The recommendation to bring back an ordinance to develop a special permit process for CR will include discussion points to explore permitting of other non-commercial hemp applications.
Educational.
Including education.
Including educational, yep.
Yeah.
I'm just.
Right. We'll come back to you, Supervisor Bohn. I just wanted to see if Ryan felt comfortable with, did you capture what Director Ford?
Yes, Chair. Yeah, we'll take verbatim what Director Ford just said and craft that in the motion as well.
All right, thank you. And Supervisor Bohn?
As long as educational, non-commercial is in there. I mean, nonprofits. I mean, the Humboldt County Growers Association is a nonprofit, so they could step right up. So I'm just saying, we're all nonprofits.
All
Throw it out there, right field out there at the ball fields.
Yes, Supervisor Wilson.
It's just coming up for conversation and discussion anyway, so it's fine. It's all good.
Okay.
So is everyone okay with what Director Ford said?
Yeah, well,
we're ready for a roll call vote. Wait, no, we're not. Supervisor.
Hold on. Because I'm a little, Ryan, I think there's kind of 2 things. There's one ordinance we're really going for today, and there's another one that's going to be brought back. Yeah. Is that clear to you?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. So my understanding is that we have 2 ordinances. We have an inland and we have a coastal. Both those are being approved today that are attached to the agenda item. Then you're directed staff to bring the clean or the process back, and that's the second part of the motion.
Thank you.
Verbatim from what Director Ford just said.
I wasn't separating the inland and coastal. So
Understood.
I got it wrong. Thanks.
All right, Ryan, will you do a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Chair Bass. Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn?
Yep.
And Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Thank you. Passes 5-0.
All right, we will now close this public hearing. Thanks everybody for the patience. And prior to us going to the closed session, I do want to mention that we will be adjourning after closed session in the memory of 2 local community members who have are no longer with us, unfortunately, Mike Mora and Richard Dick Drury. And I'd like to turn this over to Supervisor Bushnell to provide a few comments.
Thank you. I just wanted to recognize these 2 members of our community in the second district, but also in Humboldt County. Both of them were, Dick Drury was a rancher in the Island Mountain area, lived here forever, his family. I remember him when I was a little girl, and was very instrumental in lots of agricultural. And maybe, I don't know if Jeff wants to say something, but he was just a great man, very humble, such a kind man, helpful. And I just really want to say that. And then Mike Mora, I don't remember a time when I would go to the auction yard where they weren't there, or at a rodeo. And he just was also very instrumental in Humboldt County.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Bushnell. Director Dolph, I don't want to demote you to supervisor.
I would like to remember Richard. Richard was an employee of the Agricultural Commissioner's Office he was still employed here when I began working here 34 years ago. And I always remember how generous and kind he was to me as a young guy starting out in this work. And he remained a friend of the department. We would interact with him frequently over the years at different functions. And so he will definitely be missed. And it's a real tragedy what happened.
All right, thank you. And with that, we will move on to the closed session. And I'd like to ask County Counsel Billingsley to brief us on closed session.
Yes, thank you, Chair. It's the intention of the board to meet in closed session to discuss existing litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9 D1 in the case of Woolsey versus City of Eureka et al., case number CV 2001-006. I estimate this should be about 5 minutes.
All right, we do have one person in the comment queue, and that would be Kent. Welcome.
Sounds like you don't have much. Quick one, though. That'll be nice for a change. That'll give you some time to think about avoiding other ones in the future. And I tried Googling this case, couldn't find anything on it through a few different avenues. Looked like it might go back to 2001. I don't know. So anyway, I guess I'll hear back out. And what you said, 5 minutes, Virginia? Was that it?
Let's add 10 or make it 10, because I know one of the supervisors requested a 5-minute break. So
there you go. Granted. Your wish is granted.
All right. Thank you. And we'll take a 5-minute break. And so we'll reconvene at the other line at 2:55. We've got enough of us. So County Counsel Billingsley, may we ever report out of closed session? Wait, are you ready, Ryan? Okay. Yes, may we ever report out of closed session?
Yes, thank you, Chair. The board voted 5-0 to authorize the Office of County Counsel to defend the matter.
All right, thank you. So with that, I do want to remind people that today we are adjourning in the memory of 2 community members who've passed away, Richard Dick Drury and Mike Mora. So with that, we're adjourned.